All right, if you're looking for a fiery debate on abortion, you might have come to the right place. I say might have because we're going to do a debate between a right winger and a left winger here. John Burnett is a political strategist coming in to talk to us from the right. Unfortunately, the person from the left had technical issues. So John, what I'm going to do instead, John, first, welcome. We appreciate you joining us. So John, yeah, I was going to ask you and the other person both tough questions I was going to moderate, but you know I'm a progressive, so I'm not going to debate you, but I want to ask you the questions I would have asked you in the debate and have a conversation back and forth, okay? But I assure you, I would have been just as tough on the left winger. Okay, so John.
Thanks for the warning.
Yes. So we'll have to do that another day because I do have really tough and interesting questions for the left wing on that issue too. Anyways. So John, who should get arrested if abortion is illegal? Is it the mom? Is it the doctor? Is it both? Who should get arrested?
I don't think we should start off in terms of who should get arrested. This is the land of the free, but I do think that we should make common sense out of all of our laws and remove any inconsistencies. And really, as the anticipated ruling from the SCOTUS will come down shortly, likely pushing the decision to the states. I think it's up to each state, and the voters should make their voices heard in their respective state.
Nope, not going to let you get away with it. If you want to make it illegal, you have to arrest someone for breaking the law, right? That's unless you want it to be a civil penalty. That's interesting too, but there has to be some sort of consequences. So you got to tell me, who do you want arrested?
The thing is that most states allow for abortion, even conservative states like Texas. So it's not a matter of who's going to get arrested. It's just a matter of understanding the law within that particular state. So I don't think that, I think you started off on the wrong premise there. But I do think that there is ground to educate individuals within each state as far as what those particular laws are.
Yeah. Okay, now buying it. At the end of the day, if there's laws, especially criminal laws, somebody's got to get arrested. The reason you're not answering it is because it's uncomfortable. You don't want to say arrest the doctor. You don't want to say arrest the mom because it feels totalitarian, because it is totalitarian. So now.
Well, individuals who are not a doctor performing abortions, that is a problem, and that could, in all likelihood, that should be viewed as criminal.
Well, yeah, we're talking about doctors performing abortions. We're going to have non-doctors performing abortions as soon as you guys make it illegal. Now, when can the state seize control of the woman's body? It's a very specific question, because you guys say after a certain while, a woman does not have a choice of what to do with her body. The government will make that choice for her. So when do you seize her body against her will?
Well, let me just reframe the question. It's not about seizing control of a woman's body.
It kind of is, though.
It's actually striking a balance. And I think that, I made a comment just a moment ago in terms of consistency in our laws. Right? So let's say someone commits a murder of a woman who's actually pregnant, right? Many times the state laws, right, will actually prosecute a double homicide. So in situations like that, that person is tried on a homicide of an unborn child, right? So you can't commit homicide on someone who is not a human being. So I think we need to actually come together and talk these things through to have some level of consistency in our laws, right? So that way we can craft legislation at the state level that makes sense, right? 80% of Americans do believe in pro-choice. I happen to be pro-life, but let's talk about the majority of Americans, right? But what the majority of Americans do also believe that there shouldn't be full-term abortions, meaning up to when the water breaks, and in some cases shortly after, or partial abortions. So if we actually start this discussion at the state level, where 80% of Americans are, I think we can get there.
Yeah, so that's going to lead to another question down the road too. But John, so first of all, those laws that you're talking about with the double homicide are often also pushed by right wingers so that they can say, aha, it's a life. So that doesn't really help me with the situation. But I'm going to be brutally honest and answer the question that I asked you, and then I want to bring it back to you. Okay, so in Roe versus Wade, abortion is illegal in the third trimester when the baby is viable, right? And so that would be, and I think Roe v. Wade is not necessarily a good Supreme Court decision. That's what I would ask the left about. But I think it is nearly excellent legislation if they had passed it into law. And so I would answer my own question by saying, when the baby is viable outside the womb, then the government does have an interest in saying to the woman, sorry, but you cannot terminate that pregnancy because now you have an independent life form within you. But as long as it is dependent on the mother, I think it's the mom's choice. What's wrong with that way of thinking?
Well, there's a lot of people on the right and there's some on the left that do believe when you get into that period of beyond 6 months that because we do know that some babies are actually born premature, right? And grow up to be extremely healthy and productive adults. So when you look at the totality of information and evidence, I don't think we need to go all the way up to the point where the water breaks or engage in partial birth abortions. This is Western civilization. We have to make sure that we put the civil back in civilization and make sure that we're not engaging into wholesale abortions in late trimesters.
No, John, you can't. Look, so first off, the standard is viability, even in Roe versus Wade. So nobody is talking about until the water breaks. Absolutely no one in the country thinks that you should wait till the water breaks or that the woman can have an abortion.
There are states that actually have that codified in their legislation.
No, John, it's only in cases where the woman's life is in danger. Because if it's viable, you can't do it as a matter of choice anymore. It's only if the doctor is positive, et cetera, that the mom's life is in danger. So there's no laws.
I would encourage your viewers to look at 2 states like New York and California and some other uber progressive states and really look at what the laws are that allow for late term abortions.
Yeah, no, I've looked at them. There is none that say just do whatever you want. No, it's only in very limited circumstances, which gets to you use the phrase, and that's why I started saying, no, John, don't do that. Partial birth abortion, that's not a thing. Literally not a thing at all, never done, doesn't exist, certainly not legal. Why do you guys keep saying something that is patently untrue?
Look, all I'm going by is what the law says and what you guys, if I could call you that, in terms of progressives. Yeah. What you're trying to do in every state across the board, trying to make it to the point where all 50 states, a woman can decide all the way up to the water break, and in some cases, as Governor Northam. Governor Northam mentioned in terms of even after the baby is born, there are some progressive groups. I'm glad you're saying this. Because I'm going to use this tape, right? Yes. You saying that it's ridiculous. Thank you for saying that.
100% ridiculous. No one believes that.
And I'm glad that we're actually able to reach common ground on that level.
And I watched the Northam tape. He doesn't say that. He says that John, there is no such thing as post-birth abortion. Then it's outside the womb. That's not even an abortion. It doesn't even make any sense. The terminology doesn't make any sense.
It's still
like if you got killed today, you could say that's a post-birth abortion. It doesn't make any sense at all.
the tape of Governor Northam is still available online.
Still, anybody can watch it. Anybody can watch it and see how you guys are purposely misrepresenting it.
That's what the former governor of Virginia stated, and that's the reason why even Democrats got him out of office, because they felt that was going too far.
No, ridiculous, not remotely true. Number of progressives who think that you could have a post-birth abortion, which literally makes no sense, is zero. Not one, nothing but a right-wing lie, complete, utter lie.
I'm glad that you are on that side.
Okay, so but I'm gonna go all the way back to the question I asked you, because I gave you an intellectually honest answer. At the moment of viability, and by the way, of course kids get born prematurely, that doesn't mean they weren't viable. It means they were born before the 9 or 10 months is up. You could, if you get born, I knew a kid who was born, is it like 6 months into the pregnancy? But obviously the kid was viable. By the way, brilliant, beautiful girl, wrote a book when she was in like 3rd grade, unbelievable, right? But she was already viable by definition. If she wasn't viable, she would have died outside of the womb. So I'm telling you when I think the government should step in. So I'm asking you, when do you think the government should step in and tell the woman, that's it, you can't do what you want to do with your body?
So it looks like you're on board in terms of against, partial birth. You're on board in terms of late-term abortion. So it looks like we're on the same page there. Now it's a matter of, at the 6-month mark, going toward conception. I think there might be a good balance. Again, I'm pro-life, but I think 80% of Americans would actually find it reasonable up to, let's say, 3 months.
No, I don't think so. I think they would find it reasonable to viability. That's why they're pro-choice. But you're saying 3 months. You're not saying conception. What is your opinion?
You just said that 6 months some babies are born. So
yeah, viability, wherever that mark is. Yeah, and usually, colloquially, and sometimes in law, like in Roe v. Wade, that's broken up into trimesters. But if you could show that kids can be viable before the 3rd trimester, I'm all ears, no problem, okay? So I'm gonna try one last time, John. Is it 3 months? Is that when you say? Because I want your opinion, I don't want the right-wing opinion. Look,
this is America, right? So we have to come together and talk and reason. Again, I'm pro-life. I'm reading different state laws. I'm listening to, unlike what's going on in Washington and some extent on this show, I am listening, right, to my fellow Americans, right, that says that late-term abortion is too far. My fellow Americans on the left, that is, and it seems like the most common answer is 3 months, because you can hear the heartbeat. So many other normal functions are occurring at that 3-month mark.
Well, that's, you know what, John, that's an interesting answer. Okay, I accept that answer. So I don't agree with it, but I understand it. I think it's more reasonable than conception. So no problem. That's your answer. Great. That's all I'm trying to do is find out what your positions are. Okay, so John, do you acknowledge that making abortion illegal is a big government program? Like, if you're on board for that, you're saying, I like big government. I think government should be so big that it should get between you and your doctor. Notice that was the main complaint against Obamacare. It wasn't really true, but that was the complaint. Now, Republicans are saying, for sure, we definitely want to get between you and your doctor, correct?
Well, when you look at 2019 in terms of the 630,000 abortions nationwide, and you break down the reasons that those women actually gave for getting an abortion, 80% of the reasons relate to economic reasons, right? Only a small portion was for the health of the mother. So we're not talking about a large portion of abortions that have to do with the health of the mother, as progressives and even yourself have actually been pushing in the conversations when it comes to abortion. So it's more of an economic issue. People feeling that they don't have the wherewithal. They're not at the point where they can provide for the baby. All different types of reasons that point to economic issues, again, which is approximately 86%. Then when you look at the ethnic impact, when it comes to Black Americans, 63.5 million Americans have been, well, she said babies, have been aborted, right? Since 1973, the passing of Roe versus Wade. And about a third of those abortions have been women who have identified as Black. So that's approximately 22 million people. When you look at the population of Blacks in 1970, it's approximately 22 million people. So it's like since 1973 up to the present, all Black Americans in 1970 living in America, it's almost like it suddenly vanishes. That's a huge economic, political voting bloc, so many other benefits, right? When it comes to empowering communities. And let's not mention the origins, things that people like you don't want to talk about. The original purpose and origin of abortion was to extinguish Black America.
Yeah.
And that's why 80% of Planned Parenthoods are in Black neighborhoods. Okay. Right? So while we talk about abortion, we really need to talk about its origin, right? Because if CRT is great, we need to talk about the whole history of America and what abortion really means with respect to the urban community and the detrimental impact that you guys don't want to talk about, and really address the 86% in terms of the reasons why women have abortion, because the majority of them are below the poverty line.
Yeah,
so we need to make sure that we're addressing the economic issue to empower women so they can see, a life for themselves and a life for their baby.
Yeah, so John, let me get to, you mentioned a lot of things there. I'm going to try to touch on them as quickly as I can and turn back to a question. So first off, on whether it's just an economic issue or a health issue and a quality of life issue, well, in a sense it's both, because there's a meta study just came out of women who were considering getting an abortion, but because of some of the rigid rules in the red states, they couldn't, they had gone past the time. And so they studied them versus the women who did get abortions. So it's a very similar subset, and looked at thousands upon thousands of women, a giant study. And it turned out the women who kept the babies because they were forced to, wound up being considerably poorer, a lot more evictions, a lot more bankruptcies, a lot more poverty, and a lot more depression. And their health deteriorated more so than the women who did get the abortions. And by the way, John, another huge part of this is you make it sound like a lot of people do, like, oh, okay, so if they have an abortion, that's it. Those people, that's it. Like 22 million or whatever the number you gave us. No, those same women very often would later have a kid when they were ready for it. So they had the kids, they just had them at a time that they were ready for them. And the people who did that wound up being a lot healthier, happier, et cetera, according to the meta study. And John, I could flip it on you and say, and you're saying, oh, this targeted Black people. Well, now look, the right to life, the right-wing position now is we're going to seize the bodies of Black people and have the government tell them what to do with those bodies. Well, that's also very, very uncomfortable, isn't it, John?
Look, I'm here to talk about the issue, the topic of the day, but also give context as a Black American. My mom had me when she was 43, and the doctors practically scared her in 1969 when we didn't have advanced medicine and advanced studies and so forth. And she thought she was going to die, but she was delighted to have to take the chance to have the baby. And she always called me her number 7. And I didn't realize I'm the last her last child, 7 of 7. And she told me the story and what she went through to have me. So I'm not pro-life because I'm a Republican. I'm a pro-lifer because of my own personal experience. So you might want to get into, and I understand the purpose of the show, and I'm not trying to change that direction, but I just wanted to mention that just to give context why I have the view. This is not a man versus woman or Republican versus Democrat with me. This is not about control of bodies or anything of that nature. It's about giving a baby a chance. That's what I'm about. And we need to address the economic issues, both education and financial, to empower women. So that's where John Burnett stands.
Yeah. So John, look, it's funny because I have a very similar story. It wasn't my mom, it was my grandmother, and she had very, very difficult births. And both her and my grandfather were scared to death that that when she got pregnant again, that she was going to die. And so they were going to go to have an abortion. This was in southeastern Turkey in a little town. And the doctor didn't force them, he talked them out of it, okay? But at the end, it was my grandmother's choice. And so I don't mind people making that choice. I love that choice. That's the reason why I'm here and why you're here, John. But the important part is that it was her choice to make. And so that's all the difference in the world. So, but you've got to acknowledge that you're taking freedom away, and you're saying that the big government should take that freedom away. You could say, hey, there's a good reason for it, but you've got to acknowledge, yes, on this one, we're not for the freedom, we're for big government. And yes, we're obviously getting between you and your doctor. For whatever reason you're making that choice, still at the end of the day, even if it's not a health one, I'm saying, no, you can't listen to your doctor, no, you can't listen to yourself. Government's gonna make that decision for you.
Yeah, the health of the mother, rape, incest, all that stuff, I think we can agree on that, right? Wow, I mean, I can't believe it. I'm agreeing on so many things with a progressive, right? So there's a lot of things we agree on. Imagine if we just have conversations like this, right? So I think I understand what you're saying in terms of big government, as you already know or can imagine. I don't like big government, but I don't like people like you. I'm not throwing a dart at you. I'm just saying, saying that, you know what, just get rid of it, right? Like there's no other option, making it so easy, right? We need to be, this is the land of the pursuit of happiness, right? And part of happiness, right, is having a family, right? And I understand what you're saying in terms of some people that have aborted. Later on, they were able to have children. Some people that had an abortion, they had complications. You never know which direction, right? The fate will go in terms of being able to have a child. All I'm saying is that we don't have to make it so easy and push people to think that they have no other option.
Yeah, no, John,
because of the economic issues.
Yeah, so I really appreciate it. You've been open-minded. This has been a really good conversation. Mainly, I'm trying to learn what your position is. But John, you've been a champ. It was a good conversation. I appreciate the back and forth, and we exchanged some ideas here. I appreciate it. John Burnett, political strategist on the right for Republicans, obviously. Thank you for coming on and having a good conversation about it.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, Matteo Scarapore here, author of Black Buck, which is Shop TYT's first fiction book ever. I'm honored. So, Black Buck is about a young man named Darren who's living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. He lives with his mom, He has his girlfriend, he has his best friend, he has his neighborhood, and his neighborhood has him. Darren's also working at a Starbucks in Midtown Manhattan. And one day, this man, who's real suave and good looking, comes in and asks Darren to give him his regular. But for some reason, Darren says no. This man named Rhett Daniels, who's the CEO of a startup called Someone, located on the 36th floor of the same building, is impressed. And he invites Darren upstairs, and then he extends an offer to join his elite sales team. Darren reluctantly joins, and he soon realizes that he's not the only black salesperson there. He's the only black person in the entire company. So he goes through hell and back in order to make it to the top. And once there, he has status, money, power, but he says, you know what? I don't like being the token black guy. So he hatches a plan to help other people of color infiltrate America's tech startup sales teams, redefining what it means to be a minority in the workplace. This book definitely, if you couldn't tell, touches on many things that are relevant to this moment that we're all living in right now, but it's also connected to the many moments in history that have come before today. I hope that you read it, I hope that you enjoy it, and if you want to order a copy, go to shoptyt.com. Thank you, be well, and happy 2021.
Breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is Brett Ehrlich with Breaking News with Brett Ehrlich. Bernie Sanders wants to break Wall Street, and he wants to break it real bad.
What's happening? I'm Rashad Richey, host of Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey right here on TYT. Let me tell you what we do on Indisputable. We go beyond the headline. We make sure that you know the full context of the story. And we also highlight issues that are important to the everyday person. We're talking about criminal justice reform. We're talking about the climate. We're talking about what's happening right in your local community. We also highlight very important issues that are affecting all of us, like the economy, jobs, and we engage in transparent debates with people who may not think like me. We're living in a current social atmosphere where opinions are represented as facts and lies are represented as truth. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care, I don't believe in it, and I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian. Apparently it's picnic day today. We both have our picnic shirts on. All right, so lots of stories to get to, including a bombshell in the beginning. Okay.
I don't even want to do the whole ooh, we're gonna tease you. We'll tell you what the bombshell is at the bottom of the hour. No, we're gonna do it now.
Bottom of the hour.
We're gonna do it now, not bottom of the hour, top of the hour.
Top of the
show.
You got to tune in the beginning of the show, okay?
Yeah.
And you got to tune in the conversation that had that interesting abortion conversation some of you just watched. So make sure you're watching all of our programs. We got primary night tonight. Amy Villela, one of the big four from Knock Down the House, got a primary tonight. So we'll cover for you guys. But now, bombshell.
There is a new bombshell expose that alleges that Lauren Boebert worked as an unlicensed escort and allegedly had 2 abortions. Now, who is claiming this? None other than the American Muckrakers PAC, the same political action committee behind the demise of Madison Cawthorn. So far they've had a pretty accurate track record, especially in regard to releasing some pretty salacious claims about the individuals they're targeting. I do want to note that there haven't been any independent sources who have corroborated the claims that are being made by this political action committee. So it's really, really important to keep that in mind. With that said, though, the allegations are explosive, and I want to share them with you in case they do happen to be real, because it shows you that Lauren Boebert, much like many other Republican politicians we've talked about on this show, happens to be a major hypocrite. It's totally fine if someone's working as a sex worker, something that we're supportive of, something that we want to provide protection for sex workers on. And obviously, I am very much in favor of women being able to practice control over their own bodies, being able to practice their reproductive rights. Lauren Boebert, notably, wants to ban abortion in this country. So that's why this is an explosive story, and I want to give you the details that have been outlined over at fireboebert.com. That's the website that was launched by the American Muckrakers PAC. So Lauren Boebert, according to the website, was an unlicensed paid escort and met clients through sugardaddymeat.com. Text messages show she was bankrupt at the time and looking for side income and called her work pay to play. She was paid to escort wealthy men. Now again, I personally have no problem with it as long as the person working as an escort isn't actively trying to push this ideology that sex workers are terrible, that it should be banned, that there should be serious consequences for people who engage in sex work. Boebert had an abortion, according to the claims here. Boebert had an abortion at the Planned Parenthood clinic in Glenwood Springs, Colorado, due to her work with a sugardaddymeat.com client. And it was through her side job that she got introduced to a United States Senator, Senator Ted Cruz, as is alleged in this release. In 2019, Boebert was hired by a wealthy male client in Aspen, Colorado, who was a Koch family member. Boebert's rich client subsequently introduced her to US Senator Ted Cruz in Aspen in 2019. After meeting with Senator Cruz, Boebert was encouraged by him to run for US Congress. Now here's where things get even more interesting. After Boebert announced her campaign for Congress in December of 2019, Senator Cruz donated $126,000 to the Boebert campaign.
Did he?
And helped her raise large sums of money during trips Boebert made to Texas.
Interesting.
Boebert didn't disclose a $75,000 donation until Cruz's Federal Election Commission filings contradicted her filings.
Interesting. Okay, so guys, first of all, bombshell. Okay, second of all, it's the first 24 hours. We tell you each time things develop. Okay, so we'll give you updates as we go along. So, for example, if other media organizations jump in and find out that it's not true, we'll come back and tell you it's not true, okay? If they find out corroborating evidence, we'll come back and tell you they have corroborating evidence, okay? So for now, they're just allegations on this political website. Now, having said that, as Anna pointed out, they were right about Madison Cawthorn. They did have receipts. We're gonna show you some receipts they have in a second in this case. And I'll double down on what Anna said. Of course, we don't care that she's an escort, but what the part that matters are when politicians then basically deliver in a very similar fashion, but actually this time immoral fashion for their donors. So you notice Ted Cruz giving a lot of money to Boebert after he's apparently, allegedly introduced to her as an escort. That is fascinating, and that would certainly, if it's true, certainly Ted Cruz has some explaining to do. I don't know if that's why he didn't mind phone banking for Donald Trump after Donald Trump attacked his wife. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, but I do know she hid the money that he sent her. He didn't hide it, to be fair to Ted Cruz, he didn't. So far he hasn't done a thing wrong, okay? Right. But she hid that money. That goes towards intent. It goes towards, hey, why did you hide it, right?
Why didn't you disclose that massive donation from Ted Cruz? That's interesting,
Yeah. And later you're gonna see something about her husband and how her husband's taking money. In a political realm, I think that that's actually the worst of it, okay? But if it's true that she had a couple of abortions and she was, that is devastatingly hypocritical. But remember, Republicans have not minded in the past. So I'm gonna come back to that too, and we have a specific example of that. The escort part is just, general family values, until of course, not family values. But really, is any Republican still pretending to be a party of family values? I don't even think they're pretending, after Trump and the porn stars and etc.
Yeah, they're absolutely pretending to be, party of family values.
That's a joke, and you all know it's a joke.
I mean, with all of the anti-LGBTQ stuff that we're seeing from the right wing right now, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an evangelical Christian and you're still a Republican and you're saying you're a Republican because of family values, you're not participating in a joke. You are the joke. Okay, after supporting Trump and all of the others, you don't believe in family values at all. You just believe in hating gay people. Let's just be clear about where you stand. All right, but back to Boebert.
So the person who shared this information to American Muckrakers PAC did not want to disclose his or her, I'm guessing his, identity out of fear of retaliation. But the person who shared the information with the PAC said that Boebert's husband, Jason Boebert, was also dealing drugs. So there were those types of allegations as well. The whistleblower, again, requested anonymity in fear of retaliation, but also shared some receipts to back up the claims. But I also want to kind of warn caution in regard to these receipts, because I did a search and these photos were actually out there already. So let's share some of the text messages here. Yes, I have the photos from the actual site, meaning the Sugar Daddy website. I will send it, let me get that now. And then he sends that photo. That photo, I had never seen it before, but there are some online forums, some of which had already posted this image in 2021. So she apparently had an account on explore talent.com. And so these images were used on that profile page, but they could have also been used on a Sugar Daddy profile page as well. Who knows?
Look, and I'm being honest, I can't even tell if it's her, to be honest.
Yeah.
Or the other pictures, I just can't tell at all.
Yeah, so let's go to the next one. So this next photo is from, honestly, when she was trying to pursue a modeling career.
Oh, so that's definitely her?
Yeah,
again,
no, it's definitely her. It is definitely her. So she had a short-lived attempt at a modeling career, and this happened to be one of the images on the website for that. And so there you go. She might have repurposed those images for the Sugar Daddy website. Now, David B. Wheeler, who's the president of American Muckrakers PAC, summed up with a list of what she's being accused of here. So let's go to that list right now. So allegedly, again, Boebert had 2 abortions, but says other women shouldn't be able to make this decision. Boebert was driving an ATV and had a serious wreck with her son in the back. And her sister-in-law is so seriously injured, she has to be flown to the hospital via life flight. Boebert doesn't report the accident as required by Utah law, and then actively works to cover up the accident 2 weeks before the primary election, including paying her sister-in-law off to remain silent. Also, Boebert uses donor money to pay her taxes and restaurant rent. Boebert still owes her employees back pay and threatens them if they protest. Jason Boebert, I think this is what you were alluding to, Cenk.
Yes.
has a consulting contract for an oil and gas company for $460,000 a year, but has zero consulting experience. Sounds a lot like Hunter Biden, to be honest.
And by the way, the family members of almost all the politicians.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And one other thing I want to draw attention to, we've talked about this on the show before, but Lauren Boebert had a little bit of a shady past. She had been arrested several times. She has multiple mugshots that are available online. Here's an example of one of the mugshots. So it's not like she had a goody two-shoes reputation prior to running for Congress anyway. And she was arrested and summoned at least 4 times over the past decades, records show. While the 3 arrests and 1 court-ordered summons were for petty crimes, and in one case, all charges were dropped. Boebert's record is unusually long for a sitting member of Congress. And she was also arrested back in 2015 for unruly behavior and interfering with police. She allegedly shouted at people detained on suspicion of underage drinking, urging them to flee from police, which caused the young drinkers to become unruly. So she's got all sorts of things that are terrible in her past that have been confirmed. Just another data point to be aware of as we try to figure out how accurate the latest allegations are.
Yeah, so let me give you a bunch of caveats and then conclusions. So first of all, on the accident, look, people have accidents, but she does the same thing over and over again, which is hide the facts, right? So she hides the fact that she owes her employees money but doesn't want to pay it. She hides the fact that they had this terrible accident. There's no reason to hide that. People, you're human, it's okay, right? She hides the money from Ted Cruz, which there's tons of money flowing back and forth in politics. I don't know why you would even hide that. That's not illegal. Ted Cruz reported it. But like the guilty mind of constantly hiding everything she's ever done is interesting. Look, crimes in the past, I believe in redemption. I'm not gonna hold that against someone. But if it goes towards, hey, she's been a lifelong grifter and this is just her latest con, well, then I care. And the Jason Boebert part to me is the most relevant. Guy has no consulting experience, all of a sudden an oil and gas company gives him $500,000. Well, and then which way is Boebert voting? Oh, you're gonna be shocked to find out with oil and gas companies. Of course.
How did he get that job? I'm curious, because if the connections to the Koch brothers family happen to be true, were there favors for Boebert's husband in order for him to get this kind of position? I don't know. I'm just putting stuff out there.
No. If he has zero consulting experience and he got $460,000, that is. And she's voting with oil and gas companies. That's clear as day. Whether you can prove in court that that's a bribe, that's another issue. I mean, almost all the politicians do it. I think it's totally criminal. I think it's criminal when Democrats do it. I think it's criminal when Republicans do it. But the elite get away with everything. But so as a voter, et cetera, as an American citizen, like, no, that's obviously, whether it's legalized or not legalized, that appears to be a bribe if it's proven out, okay? If not, hey, Jason Boebert, come out and tell us all this incredible consulting experience you had before in politics, in the oil and gas industry, et cetera. I mean, Hunter Biden apparently is an expert in Ukrainian gas. Maybe Jason Boebert's an expert in American gas and we didn't know it, right? So give us, we're fair. Going on the fairness. Look, if anybody can take a picture that she had from her modeling career and Photoshop it into sugardaddymeat.com or something, right? So I don't know. So, and if it turns out that anyone on our side is lying, we're gonna pulverize them, okay? Because we're not like the right wing. The right wing, if somebody on their side is lying, they're like, yes, let's go spread the lies. We hate that. If it's not true, we'll come back and double down, et cetera, and say, hey, wait a minute, no, et cetera, and we'll give you all the facts. But right now, it's a giant news story, and if it is true, well, now Republicans, it's on you. So what are you gonna do? I know what you did in the past. Scott DeJarlais, elected in 2011, we find out that he has paid for 3 abortions, including one with his mistress in 2013. You know what happened? He's been in Congress ever since. Republicans in Tennessee kept reelecting him. They're like, oh, abortions, oh, we were lying the whole time. We don't care at all. We don't care at all.
Rights for them, no rights for us. That's, look, for me, if the allegations regarding Boebert's husband end up being true, yes, that is bad. But for me, no, she's running around using her position of power to strip women of the rights that she got to enjoy when she allegedly needed 2 abortions.
Yeah.
And no, I'm done with that. I'm done with, look, some people on the left, they saw this, like, oh, I'm gonna need some additional corroboration before I talk about this because we're goody-goody and we wanna make sure we do everything as moral as possible. And look, we're telling you, this hasn't been confirmed by an independent source. We're telling you how credible this PAC has been in the past in regard to Madison Cawthorn. But am I gonna share this story with you right now? Of course I am, because I'm much less interested in virtue signaling my morality and way more interested in pointing out the fact that these people are stripping us of our rights, okay? While they get to enjoy the very rights that they're trying to take away from us. No, I'm not here for that. I'm here to call them out. I'm so happy that she is the latest target by this political action committee because again, they were really effective and relentless when it came to Madison Cawthorn. I would just ask them, maybe focus on a few Democratic senators next.
Oh, they'll never do that. So look, I don't think they will. I don't know who funds them, etc. But I do know, generally speaking, corporate Democrats are untouchable in Washington, right? So that it's gonna leave it to us progressives to figure that part out. But anyways, I don't care who does it. If they're guilty, they're guilty. So that leads me to my conclusions. Look, on the escort stuff, if she's an escort and some people partook, that's their business, that's not my business. But when you're an escort for the donors, then it's my business. So if you say, hey, give me $500,000 to me or my husband, and then I'll give you whatever vote you want, or Ted Cruz, I'll do you favors, I'll do Koch brothers favors, etc. That's the kind of escort that I despise, okay? Not one that uses their body, but that sells out their votes and their voters for money, cash, and they prostitute their position and the trust that the American people put in them. So I care about that a lot. So let's see what happens with that. And then number two, by the way, if her husband took money from the oil and gas guys and has no consulting experience whatsoever in that industry or any other industry, irregardless of every other fact, that's already horrible. That's already the swamp. And you should vote her out based on that alone. Don't you get it? She's selling you out for money in her pocket, in her family's pocket. Okay, and then finally on the abortions. Look, guys, it's a win-win. Either Republicans go, oh no, we meant it, we're pro-life, we don't like that she got 2 abortions, we're gonna judge her and all that stuff, and she's gone. And she's one of the most loathsome members of Congress, again, regardless of any of this, is gone, that's great. Or Republicans, much more likely, you'll reveal yourselves. You'll know that she had it if it's confirmed, and you'll say, I don't care. We're just trying to own the libs. We never cared about the babies. We didn't care about the fetuses, the zygotes. We didn't care about life. We didn't care about religion. We don't care about anything but hating you guys. So she had abortions. My guess is the Republican voters will go, we don't care at all, at all. It's just a talking point. It's just propaganda. We don't actually give a damn.
Yeah, and it's not just propaganda. It's a way, it's a vehicle that they use to accumulate power and nothing more. Look at the history of how the right wing in this country came to be the dominant political party against abortion. It had nothing to do with life and death. It had everything to do with power accumulation in American politics. That is it. Anyway, we gotta take a quick break. When we come back, we'll switch gears. We'll move away from the salacious for a moment and talk about what would happen during the pandemic if Americans had universal health care. Come right back, we got that and more.
All right, back on the social break here. Tons of comments. I'm trying to get through them. Tuck Cucker Farlson writes in from the member section with a really interesting point. They say, not okay. Escorts that operate without licensing undermine the value of labor for sex workers that did go through the right channels. is about the same as a construction worker working under the table, which drives down the value of labor for the tax-paying workers. Well, that is a unique take on this scandal, and one that will not be featured in a lot of other media.
Where my marks is at. That's like a materialist analysis of the situation. I appreciate that.
Okay, that is good work. Good, different perspective. I love it.
Yeah, by the way, that's actual Marxist ideology, not what the right wing would have you believe.
Yeah, got you. All right, Pena 90 wrote in, tried my first free Blue Apron meal thanks to TYT. Ground chorizo burgers with guac and potato buns. So good. By the way, that does sound really good. Thanks TYT for being badasses. We appreciate it. Everybody, food for thought trivia. We do it every week now. 200 people win a $100 gift card. We might run out soon, so get involved now, okay? And so it's a true gift card, as all these folks are attesting to. You don't have to put your credit card information. You really get $100 in free food. You sign up for membership, it's like 10 bucks at most, and you're probably gonna get a $100 gift card, probably. But anyway, participate. Listen to the show live because the trivia question is about something from the live shows that week, and on Friday in the bonus episode for members, we give away the gift cards. We ask the trivia question, 200 people win. So tyt.com/join to become a member, or if you're on YouTube, hit the join button below. Too Strong Kofefe writes in, a strong Democratic pact that isn't solely focused on defeating progressives, shocking. Totally agree, it is shocking.
It's rare.
Part of the reason why I love them. Mickey C, the silver-haired dragon says, I'm so loving and enjoying these claims by muckrakers. Can't wait for the good Christian woman who called for the deaths of human beings and called on her God. And then he wrote more stuff, but honestly, Mickey, I haven't read that stuff yet. I'll read it and then I'll talk about it on the show. Mr. Lundberg wrote an AKA Initech Dragon, by the way. Oh yeah, I'd love to see her get Cawthorned. The average IQ in Congress would immediately jump at least 5 points, and that's with Marjorie Taylor Greene still in. Boomer Dragon Cat wrote in, kind of weird they don't vet their up-and-comers on the Republican scene, especially if it was known a figure like Cruz that shepherded her through the process. No, they do vet. This is how they vet. But to be fair, this is exactly how the Democrats vet too. Hey, do you have money? Okay, you got money, great, you're in. That's it. I know it for a fact. Both for Republican Party and Democratic Party. That is the only question they ask. They're not gonna go and try to figure out if she was an escort or had a, no way, right? Irish Wristwatch says, can I get a shout out for my birthday? Help to cushion the blow of having to share a birthday with Trump. Indeed, happy birthday to you, brother. By the way, Trump turned 76 today. He was born in 1946. Trump was born, Biden, I believe, was born in 1942. This is crazy.
It is crazy.
We'll be back. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Also, Beowulf. Beowulf just joined by hitting the join button below on YouTube. All right, Anna.
Lindsay is a very good and effective representative of the establishment. Does Lindsay have a concern that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people? That some 60,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor on time? I didn't hear much about that in that opening statement. Lindsay care that we have the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, and that the pharmaceutical industry right now has 1,500 paid lobbyists in Washington, D.C. to make sure that in some cases we pay 10 times more for the medicine that we need?
That was Senator Bernie Sanders debating Senator Lindsey Graham on the issue of health care. And that topic is definitely timely, considering the fact that a new study indicates that literally hundreds of thousands of Americans could have been living today had they had access to universal health care during the pandemic. This is a study that was just published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, and here are their findings. The lead author, Allison Gallivanis, looked into, I wanna get into their methodology to explain how they found the numbers here. They looked at the mortality risks of COVID-19 among people with and without insurance, as well as their risks of all other causes of deaths. The researchers compiled population characteristics of all uninsured Americans during the pandemic, controlling for all sorts of factors, including age, life expectancy, the elevation in mortality associated with lack of insurance, all of that. So let's get to the details. What did they find? The researchers calculated that 131,438 people in total could have been saved from dying of COVID in 2020 alone, and more than 200,000 additional deaths from COVID-19 could have been averted since then, bringing the total through March 12, 2022 to more than 338,000 people. That's how many people could have lived if they had healthcare during a deadly pandemic. Now, it's possible that this study is actually underestimating the number of lives that could have been saved had we actually had a healthcare system in this country that made sense. Having consistent access to care can prevent chronic disease from occurring and can ensure that patients who develop chronic disease have it better managed. I would think that if one took that into account, the estimates of avoided deaths would be greater than the numbers reported here, and that's according to Ann Keller from UC Berkeley. She's an associate professor of health policy and management. And the other thing I want to mention is just how much money having a system like Medicare for All, for instance, would actually save. Our current system is incredibly expensive, but that is not what Lindsey Graham would have you believe. In fact, during his debate with Bernie Sanders, he uttered the same BS lies that we hear from, corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats, to be quite honest. Let's watch.
I'd like to lower healthcare costs, but I'm not going to take away your private coverage. You're going to take private healthcare away from 200 million Americans, put us all under the government umbrella. It's going to cost about $40 trillion. In 2034, we'll be spending as much to maintain Medicare for all as we do for the entire federal government today.
Now, of course, one of the favorites, one of the darlings of the private healthcare industry, especially when it comes to legalized bribes, would lie and utter those claims. But the researchers of this study found that a single-payer healthcare system would actually generate savings in 3 ways: more efficient investment in preventative care, so take care of people before they get super sick, lowered administrative costs, and increased negotiating power for pharmaceuticals, equipment, and fees. This would ultimately produce a net savings. Let me repeat that, a net savings of $459 billion in 2020 and $438 billion in a non-pandemic year, according to the authors of this study. Cenk.
Okay. So first thing I want to emphasize is that these are real scientists. This is in Scientific American. This is not a political article in terms of the numbers that you're seeing, both in the death rates and in the amount of money that we save. So what scientists don't do is just make up stuff. They study it. They look at all the different factors. They then take out the different factors that might affect it, like age, background, did you already have diseases, et cetera. They did all of that. There's a terrific study, and it's no joke, guys. And like we treat it like, oh, it's no big deal or it's theoretical. No, 338,000 people died because we have a system where we kill people for profit. No other developed nation has this system. They all have single payer. They all have universal healthcare coverage for 2 reasons. One, it's shown indisputably in every country that's ever done it that it's lower price and better results. So it's already, that debate is already over. Everything else you see in America is a lie. The media is lying to you, the politicians are lying to you. That debate worldwide is 100% over. Everyone needs to be in universal healthcare, just on costs and results alone, but I've got part 2.
I just want to go to graphic 6 while you're making that point, because graphic 6 is a graph that shows you how the United States fares compared to all of these other developed countries, healthcare system performance compared to spending. And as you can see, all of these other countries actually spend far less on their healthcare and provide far better results. And we've talked about that over and over again. So I just wanted to provide some evidence to what Cenk is saying here.
Yeah, and so part of the lies is what Lindsey Graham just did, where he says, well, you're gonna lose your private insurance. And So look, if the Republicans said such a stupid, outrageous lie, I just say, okay, yeah, they're protecting their donors, etc. But the media repeats that lie over, mainstream media, over and over again. That's Jake Tapper's favorite lie. It's cable news's favorite lie. So why do I call it a lie? So I asked one of the biggest opponents of Medicare for All, Michael Bennet. He's a corporate Democrat from Colorado. He was running for president. I asked him 2 different times. I said, look, you guys keep saying it takes away private insurance, but it gives you better insurance that covers more coverage. In fact, it's universal coverage, and you could choose any doctor you want. Isn't that true? And he said, oh yeah, that's definitely true. It's the quote unquote Cadillac package. So what difference does it make if it takes away your private insurance and replaces it with better insurance?
Well, his donors don't like the Cadillac package.
Yeah, and you get better coverage and any doctor you want. What earthly difference? But they frame it like, oh, as a private insurance is good. You guys have private insurance. Is it good? Is it like, oh, you get anything you want? You go to any doctor? No, you got to be in network. You can't be out of network. There's lines after lines after lines. It's super expensive premiums, deductibles. They're like, oh, they'll take that away and just give you insurance for free. Ooh, that covers everything. Ooh, well, that sounds so bad. No, it's a fundamental lie. Lindsey Graham's a liar. If anybody you see on cable news repeating that, they're doing that for propaganda purposes. So, and then finally, look, there's the moral argument. Are we really gonna let over 300,000 people die so that corporate executives and totally needless private insurance companies make billions in profits?
Yes, we are. Yeah. We've already done it. We've already done it.
So, and understand that everyone who's opposed to universal health care coverage or Medicare for all says, yes, we should let them die so that my donors can make more money. That's just a fact. It's an absolute, irrefutable fact.
Well, I want to actually get to the debate that Bernie Sanders had with Lindsey Graham. This aired on Fox Nation, which is their online platform. But we've got some videos to share with you. So let's get right to it.
Talk about the fact that we have in South Carolina and all over this country, tens of millions of workers working for starvation wages? Did he talk about a corrupt political system in which billionaires today can start a super PAC? And I guess you have some familiarity with super PACs. They help fund your campaign. Who can spend unlimited amounts of money to elect candidates. You have the absurd situation where super PACs frequently spend more money than the candidates themselves.
Well, I'll be glad to speak to my campaign. I raised $112 million. The average donation was about $40.
That was Bernie Sanders calling out the corruption of Senator Lindsey Graham, who lied in that video and made it seem as though most of his campaign donations came from small dollar donors. Reality indicates that what he says couldn't be further from the truth, and I have the receipts to provide evidence for the point that I'm trying to make here. In fact, let's go to this quick headline from Axios. This is from October of 2020, when Lindsey Graham was running for re-election. GOP super PAC will spend $10 million to help Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. But we should get to the nitty gritty. Let's get to the actual numbers here. And also, just want to give a round of applause to Bernie Sanders for doing what he should do on a regular basis, which is play hardball with his political opponents and call out their corruption. Now, to get to some specifics here, Idaho's Frank Vandersloot, worth an estimated $3.5 billion, contributed $300,000 to a pro-Graham super PAC named Security is Strength. Florida's Laura Perlmutter, the wife of Marvel Comics king Ike Perlmutter, donated $250,000. Sandwich tycoon Jimmy John Leotard, also of Florida, gave $150,000. These don't really seem like small dollar donors to me, Cenk. I don't know, I could be wrong. You also have Massachusetts shoe baron, sounds like a fun guy, Jim Davis of New Balance, who contributed $100,000. But the list goes on and on. One more graphic for you, just to really drive home the point that someone like Lindsey Graham is not supported by grassroots efforts of fundraising. In all, 8 billionaires and their spouses gave about $1.1 million to the group during the first 2 weeks of October of 2020 alone. At least 4 million more came from so-called dark money groups, which can funnel money into the political system without disclosing their donors.
Yeah. So I did the math on it. Like the 10 million, it's just a little bit higher than $40.
A little
bit higher.
Tiny.
And then I did more math. 300,000 also higher than $40. 200. He says on average. No, he's doing two different tricks here. I guarantee you that he's quoting only from the bucket of his small donors and completely leaving out the large donors. And he knows, this is mainly airing on Fox. And by the way, credit to Fox for airing it. It's an interesting debate. But it's mainly airing on Fox. They'll believe me. I'll just lie. It's no big deal. And he's not counting the super PACs. But Bernie was mainly addressing the super PACs. So you have your own campaign that's already corrupt enough. You collect tons of cash from big donors. And then the super PACs come in on top and layer in this extra layer of corruption. And look at our system. I mean, our oligarchs our system is hilarious. Look at the shoe oligarch and the sandwich oligarch and who's the guy? The one thing that I like, I was so bummed. Marvel Comics, and then he comes in and then it chips in. I mean, look, it's just an open auction. So I want to give Bernie a ton of credit here because we've asked him to be more aggressive with his colleagues, and here he is. That was really aggressive, wonderful, honest, right? And to call it what it is, corruption, and he's doing both here. Now, of course, I want him to do it with fellow Democrats too.
Yes.
And that's a bridge too far for him. But hey, I'll take it because nobody even does it with Republicans, so it's a good start.
It is a good start. Now, he deserves credit in how he handled the issue of corruption because there's no question that Lindsey Graham and other politicians like him are certainly corrupt. But one thing that was really noticeable during this debate was how much Lindsey Graham focused on two issues, okay? Inflation and crime. So I want to talk about inflation because he kept talking about what a lot of Americans are suffering with right now, which is high gas prices. You go to the pump, the national average is around $5 now. In California, we always pay $1.50 more because of the gas tax that we've implemented here, which I think should be suspended during this difficult time because working families are struggling, to be honest. Now, with that said though, I don't think that Bernie Sanders did a good enough job in dismantling the talking points coming from Lindsey Graham because fact of the matter is, the United States is the top oil and gas producing country in the world. We're #1 in our production of oil and gas. Lindsey Graham doesn't want you to know that though. Republicans don't want you to know that though, because the point that they try to make is it's Joe Biden's fault, it's the Democrats' fault. They're withholding oil and gas production, which just is not true. And so let's go to this next video because this is where Bernie tries to set the record straight on the issue. You tell me what you think about how he handled it.
Well, let's talk about gas prices because you're right. They are outrageously high in Vermont. They're now filled up the other day, $5.05 a gallon. Meanwhile, the major oil companies made $35 billion in profit in the first quarter of this year. And at the end of the year, it is estimated they're going to give $88 billion in stock buybacks to their wealthy shareholders. So I do think we have to do something about the outrageously high price of gas. I think the president should bring the major oil companies in and tell them we're going to have a windfall profits tax on what they're doing in order to stop them from ripping off the American people.
The United States is the top oil and gas producing country in the world. There's no evidence to back the claim that Democrats are stopping the production of oil and gas. And also these are multinational corporations. These are not nationalized, this is not a nationalized industry. Biden doesn't have control over oil and gas prices. I just feel like the message needs to be simpler. So people understand there is no evidence indicating that we're not producing enough oil and gas. That's all I have to say about that.
No, so Anna, your answer is great, but I didn't think his answer was terrible.
It was good in that, yes, oil and gas industry greed is definitely part of the answer. But you have to first start by mentioning that we produce more oil and gas than any other country in the world.
Yeah, and so that's definitely not the issue, and it goes to the whole world market, as Anna explained. But I want to touch on a couple other things. So first of all, here in California, we think Vermont's lucky. It's like $7 in the gas station across the street for me.
Yes.
Yeah, very literally. And so Now, but TYT Investigates did a story about this that is actually amazing and tells you that actually is something that people can do. And in fact, Ro Khanna has started to work on it. Ro Khanna often works with Bernie Sanders in Congress about these issues, and we did a follow-up story on that, and you could find it on tyt.com, both of those stories. And so what does it say? It says that there's actually a loophole that was put into the Dodd-Frank bill that allows the bankers to speculate on oil and gas prices, and that's a huge part of the reason why the prices are actually have been driven up. It's not so much the market forces as much as it is the extra swaps and derivatives gambling that the bankers are doing on top. So now, Trump refused to close, Obama tried to close the loophole at the end of his term. He found it very late, conveniently. They acted on it very late, so I think he deserves blame for that, to be honest. Trump, of course, instantly said, no regulations, no. Make sure you let the bankers gamble on anything they like, even if it drives up prices. So it's mainly on Trump for not doing that for 4 years. But here we are in the Biden administration, they still haven't closed the loophole. You know why? Because corporate politicians love bankers. They love taking money from them. They love taking money from oil and gas industry, etc. So here we are with giant gas prices. So the one thing that's true that Biden could do, Lindsey Graham would never want him to do, which is regulate the bankers. Right. If you close that loophole and they couldn't gamble it on anymore, prices would definitely drop. But Lindsey Graham doesn't want any part of that because they're his donors.
In the coming days, we'll cover more clips from that debate. But for now, we're gonna take a quick break. And when we come back, we actually have more Bernie related news to share with you. So come right back.
Let's go to YouTube super chat. Cat67 Cat wrote in, other countries apply humanitarian rules to medical insurance. We don't. I get it, our politicians are corrupt. They all take bribes from insurance companies, drug companies, etc. What drives me crazy is that corporate media never calls them out on it. They don't say, hey, isn't it kind of brutal to let 60,000 people die every year because they don't have insurance, let alone the 338,000 from COVID? Isn't it awful politics and math to have $500 billion extra in healthcare costs? Another thing that was in that Scientific American study. But our reporters never say that. Instead, they say the opposite to try to cover up for the corporate corruption. Jermaine, and this place is brutal, honestly, this country. I was talking to a friend last night from Turkey, and he's like, no, America's too dangerous. I don't want to come. I'm not kidding. The rest of the world thinks like it's like madness here now, total chaos, and they don't want any part of it. America's too dangerous and too crazy. Jermaine Smith Sr. writes, and I wish we had a voter card, given when legal age, only taken for felonies or death requested by a judge or coroner, it's easy. That was a little bit complicated, Jermaine, but I like that you're thinking about it. There's some of the voter ID laws are a very bad idea, but on the other hand, if it's given out in the manner that you're describing, it might be interesting. Okay, Obi Cornell Kurosaki Ike writes in, the ultimate duo, Cenk and Anna, are hilarious as well as informative. Thank you for all you do. Obi, you're the only one who could save us.
I think I'm a little funny.
Awesome.
I think I'm a little funnier than you, though.
Oh, well, hey, look, let the people decide, okay? Don't make me do a poll on it.
Let's do a poll.
No, I don't want any piece of it. Okay, see, that was funny.
Threaten me with the poll.
Okay, no.
We know what the people think.
Look, I don't want to embarrass you. That's all I'm saying. Oh, you come at me. I'm not at corporate debt. We're gonna come right back.
If Brooke's watching, I think we need a Twitch poll. Just saying.
Things are getting messy in here. Okay, don't make me bring out the dad jokes. All right, Ray Russell writes in, but thank you, Obi, we appreciate it. Ray Russell writes in, not to defend Boebert, but that Explore Talent website is not an adult content site in any way. It's for people without talent agents who want to do modeling, acting, or TV commercials. No, that's totally true about the modeling website, but you're not talking about sugardaddymeat.com, because the intent is very clear on that. I speak the English language, but I think you're referring to the other side, and that's totally fair. Moondragon says the Boebert scandal makes Gates look pretty cheap. Take that for what you want. Nicolette Herrady says, enjoyed your debate tactics, Cenk. Just wish he had answered the question, planting seeds maybe. So that was the discussion I had with John Burnett in the conversation. Check out the conversation. It's half an hour before the Young Turks, and now we're doing debates there too. I was supposed to moderate that one. We had technical issues with the left winger, so I just posed questions. He answered them. Check them out on the conversation. If you're a member, you can check out any of these shows, any of these debates, anytime you want. tyt.com/join. Throw in a $100 gift card probably when you easily win these trivia contests. And of course, if you're on YouTube, hit the join button below. And we appreciate all of you guys using Super Chat too. We'll be back. TYT, Cenk, Anna, and Simon Ray. Simon, thank you for joining by hitting the join button below on YouTube. We appreciate it. And then Francisco Ferrer wrote in on Super Chat. Anna's delivery of the Boebert bombshell was made better by Cenk's reactions in the background. And then crying, laughing emoji. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying in case there's a poll. All right, Anna.
Of course, you wanted to read that comment.
So what?
Of course you did.
What? I'm unbiased.
All right, we gotta go. Let's do it.
Okay.
Bernie Sanders has confirmed that he will not, in fact, run for president in 2024 if, and this is a big if, Joe Biden plans on running for re-election himself. Now, Biden has said that he plans to run for re-election, even though when he was running in 2020, he said he would just seek one term. I think we all realized that was BS. But nonetheless, in an interview with CNN, Bernie said, quote, I think it's a little too early. The Vermont independent who caucuses with Democrats told CNN, when asked if he would back Biden in 2024, I think Biden will probably run again, and if he runs again, I will support him. Asked if he would run against Biden in a primary, Sanders said, not if he runs. I feel like the first part of the conversation made that abundantly clear, but I guess they needed more confirmation on that. Now, again, Biden does plan on running for the, running for re-election in 2024. But Bernie is apparently showing a little more support for Biden than other progressives are showing. In fact, just over the weekend, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was asked a similar question, and here's how she handled that question.
President Biden, he is saying he's going to run again in 2024. Will you support him?
You know, if the president chooses to run again in 2024, I mean, first of all, I'm focused on winning this majority right now and preserving a majority this year in 2022. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I think if the president has a vision, then that's something certainly we're all willing to entertain and examine when the time comes.
That's not a yes.
Yeah, you know, I think we should endorse when we get to it, but I believe that the president has been doing a very good job so far, and should he run again, I think that I think it's we'll take a look at it.
Okay.
But right now we need to focus on winning a majority instead of a presidential election.
Man, Dana Bash did not like that answer.
Yeah, look, I know, but she might have been focusing on the prompter and stuff, but her facial expressions seem to not like that answer.
Yeah.
But guys, so here's the important parts. Number one, I like AOC's answer a lot better than I like Bernie's answer.
Fascinating.
But number two, so I'm gonna be fair and tell you the bubble that they live in. This is their reality. It's not your reality, it's not my reality. But I'm trying to explain to you though that they genuinely believe this stuff. Okay, they really believe like saying that you were not going to support Biden if he runs again is the biggest crime there is. Like in Washington, that's like if Bernie had said, well, I'll see, we'll see if I support Biden, everybody's heads would have exploded in Washington. They would have said, you're a monster, you're the worst person on earth, you've betrayed Democrats. Now we won't be able to pass anything. As if they were gonna pass something. As if, right? So you, as a person not living in cuckoo land, which is Washington, D.C., think, well, why wouldn't you support a primary against Biden? He didn't do a single one of the progressive policy proposals that he pretended to be in favor of. Not one. In fact, it'd be outrageous if somebody didn't primary him. But in Washington, it's a capital offense. So the fact that AOC wouldn't say yes, frowned upon, greatly frowned upon. So that took courage on her part to say that, so thank you, okay? Now, when it comes to Bernie, I love you, brother, but this is the core of Bernie's problem. He cannot, under penalty of law, criticize a fellow Democrat.
Unless it's Hillary Clinton. I think look,
no, not even then.
In 2016, he did a pretty good job.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. What do you mean,
He barely laid a glove on her.
No, you're insane.
No, I'm
you're
not.
having memory loss issues here.
No way.
100%.
No.
During the Democratic primary in 2016, he called out her corruption left and right.
No, he didn't. So look, let me just clearly explain, okay?
What?
So look, he couple of times like obliquely mentioned she gave speeches to banks for direct cash, not even campaign money, cash in her pocket, right? So that's what Anna's referring to. That's calling out the corruption, right? So I'll give you that, right?
Okay.
But when asked in a debate by the same Dana Bash, by the way, in the Brooklyn debate in 2016, it was the critical moment. She said, you say that Hillary Clinton shouldn't have given those speeches, et cetera, but did it affect any of her votes? As usual, I love Bernie, but he blinked and he said, no, it's not true. It did affect her vote. It affected her vote in the bankruptcy bill. When she was first lady, she was against it. She wanted to protect students and average Americans. She originally, like a billion years ago, Hillary Clinton was left wing, right? But through this process, she became more and more and more right wing through politics and sitting on the board of Walmart, et cetera. And so by the time she was a senator, she had taken both personal money from the bankers and then tons of campaign contributions. She switched her vote and said, yes, no, you should not get bankruptcy protection. Trump should, rich people should, but if you're a student, you should not get it, okay? And that should be an albatross around your neck for the rest of your life. Joe Biden's the guy who pushed that, and Hillary Clinton voted for it, okay? And Bernie would not call it out. In fact, in that debate, he wound up protecting her by saying no. It just wasn't true. When it comes to, hey, is that person, a Democrat right there, corrupt? Bernie will not say yes under any circumstance. And then we can't have it. So I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't support Bernie for another run. Because he's gonna make that same mistake again and again and again. We saw him just a minute ago call out Lindsey Graham in a debate that Fox held, right? Great, I love it. Finally calling out Republicans by name, right? But calling out a Democrat, you can't. And if you can't call out Democrats in a primary where there's only Democrats, you can't win the primary. It's a zero-sum game. Either you're gonna win or they're gonna win. You have to attack them, not with lies, not with smears, but with facts and reality. And Bernie's not gonna do it. In fact, I'll say one last thing about this. We need an outsider. The Washington bubble is too thick. They have a completely different reality. Every person in that system, if they run in a Democratic primary, will do kid gloves with the other Democrats. Oh, my beloved corporate Democratic colleague who's taken millions and millions from all these corrupt industries, but I won't say anything. No. Because it's more important to be polite to your goddamn colleagues than it is to actually win for progressives and for voters. So we need a complete outsider who doesn't believe in the system at all to come in and go, no, sorry Bernie, sorry everybody else, sorry Biden, but you guys are all corrupt and I'm gonna call it out. And that person will become intensely popular because everybody will go, finally, someone said it.
All right, well, let's move on to some other news, including an update on the story we covered regarding Patriot Front members getting arrested. One of the dozens of Patriot Front white supremacist members who got arrested over the weekend for attempting to riot at a pride event in Idaho was apparently kicked out of his mommy's house. as a punishment for what he was about to do. In fact, his mom is pretty epic because she spoke to the press about what likely motivated his involvement in this white supremacist gang, but also she's calling him out to embarrass him and try to persuade him to get out or to get kicked out of this white supremacist group. Now, before I get to the details on what his mother had to say, let's back up a little bit, give you a little bit of context in case you missed this story, which broke over the weekend. So dozens of these white supremacists were arrested in Idaho moments before they were potentially going to riot at this pride event in Coeur d'Alene. Now, after receiving a tip from a concerned citizen, the police detained and charged 31 people who belonged to this far-right group. And Lee White, who's the police chief of the area, said all this in a press conference. They're now being charged with conspiracy to riot, which is a misdemeanor. Unfortunately, someone decided to bail them all out, so they're all out on bail as we speak. Now, Patriot Front is a white supremacist group that formed from disaffected members of another white supremacist group known as Vanguard America. Just a bunch of hateful dweebs who keep splintering off into their own weird white supremacist groups, just meant to go around causing pain and suffering to innocent people, including those celebrating Pride in Idaho. Now, a manifesto posted to the group's website soon after it formed called for American fascism, which it described as a return to the traditions and virtues of our forefathers. The manifesto also made clear that non-whites were not Americans. So let's now get to the specific individual that we want to talk about and what his mother had to say about him. So Jared Michael Boyce happened to be one of the individuals who was arrested over the weekend. He is a Patriot Front member, and he's currently looking for a new place to stay. He was living with his mother in Springville, Utah. And his mom's like, no, you just got arrested for being part of this disgusting, hateful group. I didn't raise you this way, and I want you out of my house. So Karen Amston, the mother of Jared Michael Boyce, told the Daily Beast that her son had struggled since his father left their family years ago and came out as gay. And she said she was going public in hopes of damaging her son's reputation in the group and finally cut ties with white nationalism.
Wow.
I know, it's pretty amazing, and I give her a lot of credit for doing this. So here's what she told the Daily Beast. I told him, well, then you can't live here. You can choose between Patriot Front or your family. And he's like, well, I can't quit Patriot Front. I'm like, well, then you've just chosen. So pack your stuff and get out of my house.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, I love that, Mom. That's awesome. That reminds me of De Niro in Heat. Clean up, go home. Clean up, go home.
But not my home, a different home.
Yeah, completely different home.
Yeah.
Look, man, if that happened to my kids, my heart would break in a million pieces. And so that's a super tough situation for a parent. But I hope I would do exactly what she did, which is, no. Look, I didn't raise you that way. And if you became that way somehow, I'm gonna look to help you in every way possible. But I'm not going to aid and abet it. I'm not gonna encourage it. I'm not gonna enable it. You gotta go. Okay, and then I'd meet for lunch every day. Okay, to talk you out of this nonsense, this idiocy, right? But if you're going to be hateful, you're not going to do it under my roof. So thank you to that mother for having all of our backs.
She also says, I would love to do whatever I can to out him as a Patriot Front member so that he can't be a part of it, and that they don't want him to be part of their group because his mom has loose lips and a big mouth, and he's never going to get away with anything. God, I love her so much. She seems like a great woman, okay?
Now that's a Karen I could get behind.
100%.
Okay, there you go. Her name is literally Karen.
But I want to go back to when we originally talked about this story, when the 31 Patriot Front gang members were arrested. I made a point about why these people are so obsessed with causing pain and suffering to individuals who aren't in any way harming their lives. They're just trying to celebrate, they're trying to have a good time, they're minding their own business. Why are they so obsessed with showing up? This guy lives in Utah, showing up to Idaho to riot at a pride event. And I wanted to just go back to what the mother had to say about his father, right? So his father leaves the family, turns out that he's gay. And I have no doubt that this, Jared Michael Boyce guy is like blaming the gay community for it, right? And in fact, according to the report, he apparently told his mom, "Don't believe the media, Mom. We were just there because they're grooming kids." So he believes all sorts of nonsense that's, by the way, perpetuated and spewed by the right wing in America in regard to the LGBTQ community. Complete lies, complete nonsense. In fact, if you really want to take a look at groomers in this country, take a good hard look at Republican lawmakers like Matt Gaetz, who's currently under investigation for allegedly paying a minor for sex.
And Dennis Hastert and Donald Trump, who said he knew that Epstein liked him young and wished his co-conspirator well twice. We can go on and on. So look, Rashad has a segment on Indisputable called "I Wish a Karen Would." Apparently this is what we wish a Karen would.
Yes.
Okay, so I was wearing that shirt the other day, shoptyt.com. I love the mom, but this poison gets into their heads somehow. It didn't get in there through the mom, it didn't get in there through the dad, it got in there from right-wing media. And right-wing media told them, "Oh my God, all gay people, oh you're mad, you're a little disgruntled about what happened in your personal life or whatever the reason might be. Well, you know what? Oh, they're evil and they're immoral and you should do something about it. And they're going after the kids." I mean, look, that's what honestly is a little heartbreaking. We get mad at Joe Rogan and stuff, but he used to be a decent guy and I feel like he could be. But when he said that about how gay teachers might be grooming, it just was disgusting. And how many people are watching and are impressionable, are young and they don't know better and they don't know the facts. And the poison gets into their heads and now next thing you know, he's in a U-Haul van with 30 other idiots planning to attack those people at that Pride event that were totally innocent, didn't do anything wrong. This is what the problem with hateful propaganda. And one more time to his mom, Karen, thank you. Thank you for sticking up for all of us.
All right, we're gonna take a brief break, and when we come back for the second hour, we will lighten things up a little bit and talk about Donald Trump writing kind of a gross message for Matt Gaetz. And then later in the show, we'll talk about sexy trash cans because they do in fact exist, not here in the United States, but in a European country. We'll tell you where.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
300 million is a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world. We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts? Young Turks has just passed another milestone, 20 billion views. Damn. All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively, what do you know? Rob says, rejoice for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Cenk and Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug, I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging, watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right?
Wow, man.
I can see the voice.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable. Senator Sanders, welcome to Rebel Headquarters. Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted. Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going.
Here's what we do. We go beyond the headline. We are willing to engage in transparent conversations with those who do not think like me. We also make sure that you know what's happening not only nationally, but in your local area. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's fantastic. It's a story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
Back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you.
All right, just wanted to say thank you to our super chat contributors, including Jessica, really appreciate it. Also, Cenk, turns out poll results are in. Who is funnier, Anna Kasparian or Cenk Uygur? Yes, I just referred to myself in the third person, felt really sleazy doing it. But the people have spoken. According to our Twitch community, 51% of respondents believe that I'm funnier.
Oh, really? I didn't see that coming the way you were announcing it. Okay, by the way, Martin Alejandra says Cenk is funnier, let them fight. We're going to, you go to Twitch, I'll go to YouTube, okay? And then we have one more here at least. Well, we have tons.
You had
Benjamin GL says, I love you, Anna, but Cenk's making some stupid dad jokes on Righteous Fury is slightly edging you out.
Fury is not funny. If your Fury is funny, you're not doing it right.
Look, I'm just going to the people, and now I'll go to the members. And Churche del Lanosis, when it comes to who's funnier, John wins hands down.
John Iadarola.
John is funny. He's got a good sense of humor. But okay. I think I'm funnier. Anyway,
look, you want to do a YouTube poll? Aaron, you want to do a YouTube poll? Okay, we can do polls. We can do polls.
All right. Let's move on. We've got news to get to, people. Okay, enough with this goofiness. Let's talk about Matt Gaetz. Anyone who's paying attention can tell that Matt Gaetz and Donald Trump are both massive sleazeballs. And now we have some evidence of their scumminess thanks to a Time piece that was published today. Now, the article written by Molly Ball is titled, How the MAGA Squad is Building Power to Control the Next Congress. And inside that article, there are various photos of Matt Gaetz and his congressional office. But one photo in particular really does stand out. So let's take a quick look at that. And if you take a look at this image, it shows an article that's been printed out. And according to Will Steeken, looks like Trump autographed an article on Matt Gaetz defending himself against ongoing sex trafficking investigation. Trump wrote, Matt, this is great, keep fighting, you will win. And of course, Trump did notoriously wish Ghislaine Maxwell well, okay, on 2 different occasions after it had become abundantly clear that she was the person grooming underage girls for what's his name? For Epstein to rape and assault. Now, the autographed article published in April of 2021 is titled, "Gates Launches Six-Figure Ad in District Defending Himself." And what exactly did he defend himself against? Well, a federal investigation into whether he had a sexual encounter with a minor or paid for sex, allegations that he has repeatedly denied. Gates has repeatedly denied the allegations that he had sex with a 17-year-old girl or paid for prostitutes to travel across state lines. By the way, this Justice Department investigation is ongoing. He asserts that these stories are part of a hit job from the Department of Justice and left-wing media. By the way, the investigation began under the Trump administration when the Department of Justice was under the leadership of William Barr. So this is not some like left-wing attack. News of the investigation spurred additional reports of unseemly behavior from Gates, including that he showed nude photos of women whom he slept with to other lawmakers, including while he was on the House floor. Cenk.
Yeah, so look, it's classic right-wing hypocrisy. The QAnon folks and now a lot more people on the right are constantly doing nonsense allegations of Democrats being pedophiles, groomers, etc. Meanwhile, I mean, look at the article that he autographed. He's like, "Oh, you're accused of having sex with underage girls. Love it. Yeah, congrats, Matt. Congrats. You'll win.
This
Keep
is great.
going.
This is great, Matt. This is great. Keep fighting.
You're right, Anna. When I first heard it, I was like, "This is great. This is great." Okay, guys, what are you doing? And look, Trump. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. He was friends with Epstein for a long, long time. QAnon, you have the wrong party. Okay, so here's what Trump said about Epstein. "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy."
Oh my God.
He said he's a lot of fun to be with.
Is he? I'm sure he is.
Yeah, these are all direct quotes. You can look them up. Trump continued, "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it."
No, can we just acknowledge that we have a bunch of pervy wankers running around in the right wing in America, pointing fingers at innocent people and calling them groomers? That is the political climate we're dealing with right now. We have prominent right-wing politicians openly flaunting their perversions while simultaneously pointing fingers at the LGBTQ community and making them out to be the sexual predators. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
So look, on Gates, I'll let the justice system deal with it. It's allegations. It is what it is, and when he talks about the media coming for him, the media does come for outsiders. That's true. They came for Madison Cawthorn.
Is he an outsider? His father was a politician in Florida.
Yeah. Well, no, now he's radical right? So does the establishment like Matt Gaetz? No, they do not like Matt Gaetz. Let's be fair about it, right? They come for both sets of outsiders. But these are real allegations pursued by the justice system. So when he says, "Oh, it's the deep state coming to get me," that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. There's no deep state that's like looking for incriminating info on Matt Gaetz. They stumbled on this information based on an investigation of a total random other politician in Florida having nothing to do with national politics, okay? So the deep state stuff is totally BS completely, okay? So we're fair. Now, but why would you sign that article and say this is great? Like, you might like Matt Gaetz for other reasons, but you're like, "Oh, you're accused of sleeping with a 17-year-old. Yeah, this is great, nice job, Matt," right? So that makes no sense at all. And the fact that the Republicans have way more pedophiles and groomers is not in debate. The Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert, Republican for a long time, Speaker of the House for a long time, convicted pedophile. Jim Jordan, one of the biggest Republicans right now. Wrestlers that worked under him say he knew for a fact that we were being molested by the doctor and did nothing about it. And the list goes on and on of Republicans. So don't come at us with your nonsense, trying to smear the LGBTQ community, trying to smear Democrats and everybody on the left, when your house is filled with these people. And Trump celebrates them on every occasion.
This is great.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell, they asked him twice. She is literally the biggest groomer in American history. And he's like, "Oh, I wish her well." Why? Because they were really good friends. And then they asked him again, look, last time you wished this monster well, Jeffrey Epstein, the biggest child molester the country's ever seen in terms of fame and quantity, etc. And that she was this is not a political attack. This is not hyperbole. She was literally his groomer.
Yes.
Literally. And so there's a reporter said to Trump, do you want to like correct it on the record? Like this is, and he's like, no, I wish her well. No, so if you're QAnon and you believe in groomers and all that stuff, you should look at Trump and your own house. And by the way, last thing on it is, why do they say it? Why do the right wing constantly accuse the other side? Because it's projection. They think I want to do it. I assume they want to do it. No, we're not monsters like you. Stop projecting your evil, immoral traits onto us.
All right, well, switching gears a little bit, let's talk about what's taking place in the city of Kent, Washington. One police department had to spend quite a bit of money in order to oust one of their own, the police chief, after it was shown that he was displaying Nazi symbols in his office. So this is in Kent, Washington. The city of Kent, Washington had to pay this assistant police chief more than $1.5 million to resign after he displayed a Nazi symbol on his office door and then also joked about the Holocaust. Again, this is an assistant police chief. Now, you might be wondering, well, why do they have to pay him $1.5 million? I'll give you the details. Now, in September of 2020, Derek Kammerzell placed an SS Obergruppenführer, a high-ranking military insignia used in Adolf Hitler's Third Reich, on his office door. The mark allegedly stayed on the door for 2 whole weeks until it was reported to a superior and finally taken down. Obergruppenführer is the insignia, and that's what it looks like. That's what his office door looked like. So there's imagery to prove that he had done this, but he apparently had a history of doing all sorts of pretty terrible, offensive things. Kammerzell, who is of German heritage, insisted that he didn't even know the symbol was associated with Nazi Germany, only that it appeared on the television show The Man in the High Castle. Now, an internal department investigation found his claim to be insufficient because the show's premise is about an alternate version of history where Nazi Germany won World War II.
I don't watch the show, but I believe that's the entire point of the show.
That is the entire point of the show.
That the Nazis won. So did you, it's like the world's worst excuse I've ever seen. No, I didn't mean the real Nazis. I meant Nazis on TV that won.
No, but like to me, this brazen display of Nazism and also like the super thin, like flimsy excuse shows that he really didn't think he'd suffer any consequences at all. And to be sure, he didn't leave, like he didn't resign. They had to force him out, but they also had to pay him $1.5 million.
No way I would have paid him.
But they had to because of the way the law works, which is.
All right, let's do the rest of the story.
Okay. So by the way, other things from his past, I just want to make sure you guys know all the facts. So in 2019, for instance, he was photographed doing a Nazi salute during an Oktoberfest celebration, and another time sporting a Hitler mustache while participating in Movember.
Well, he just saw it on TV, just saw all of it on TV.
Yeah, just so he had no idea.
And the history books. Oh, that's what Hitler looked like. I'll do the same mustache. I saw it in a book.
Yeah. Insane. Okay, so why did they have to pay him $1.5 million? Well, the city of Kent said that under federal and state law, it had been unable to terminate him after his suspension because of double jeopardy principles, a clause in the Fifth Amendment that prohibits prosecuting people twice for substantially the same crime. Had he been terminated initially, the city added, it was confident that he would have been returned to work by an independent arbiter. So arbitrator, yeah. So they were worried that, so they should have just fired him from the beginning.
All of this is total nonsense.
Yeah.
The Fifth Amendment applies to crimes that you've been charged with. This is about work.
Yeah.
It's apples and oranges. This is total horse crap. So they say, oh, well, he was asking for 3.1 million. No, he could ask for anything he likes. Do you know how many garbage lawsuits there are in the world? So let him sue you, go to court. I know it's gonna cost you a lot. I know, He's basically, the Nazis basically saying, I'm gonna hold the whole the department hostage, and I'm gonna hold the taxpayers hostage for my Nazi purposes. Okay, well then spend more, I don't care if you have to spend more to go fight him in court and you lose. I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with giving $1.5 million to the Nazis saying, well, I mean, it was a little inconvenient to go to court. No, fight the goddamn Nazi.
It seems like they were terrified of the police union. A police union attorney was representing him in this case. Now, a $1.52 million settlement was reached between the city and Camerzel's legal team last week after 4 months of negotiations. Camerzel originally asked for $3.1 million, according to the city. So their argument is it could have been worse. It could have been worse, so we got a good deal here, $1.5 million.
No, they wanted to pay him. They wanted to pay him. They don't mind that he's a Nazi. I don't believe him. I don't believe them at all. You know how you fight him? You fight him. You know what I don't do? I don't negotiate with Nazis.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we spent 4 months negotiating with the Nazi, and boy, the Nazi was a tough negotiator. The Nazi wanted more money. Oh, he coincidentally happened to have a Hitler mustache, coincidentally happened to do the Nazi salute, coincidentally put the Nazi sign on his door, all because he's, just coincidentally. No, the guy's an obvious Nazi. He told you he's a Nazi by putting it on the door of his office. It's not unclear. But the police union thinks better a Nazi than not defend him. Thin blue line. Thin blue line. We'll defend Nazis all day long. Look, I didn't do it. The police union did it. And by the way, the settlement is outrageous. They should pull it back. They should fire everyone involved. Oh, but then they'll sue. They're the police union. We were just trying to coddle the Nazis. No deal. Everyone should be fired. It's cancel culture. Now they want to cancel Nazis. I do want to cancel Nazis. I do.
The residents of the city just had $1.5 million in their taxpayer money spent on a Nazi, literal Nazi.
Yeah.
Like, imagine how infuriating that is, especially considering how much Americans are struggling right now, to know that you were taxed and that money went toward a Nazi.
Okay, I'm gonna say one last thing. Look, the Nazis didn't just kill Jews. They killed Poles, they killed Roma, they killed gay folks, they killed so many people, innocent civilians. But the gas chambers, where they killed 6 million Jews, okay, not all of them were in gas chambers, but a ton of them were. You should read up on what happens in gas chambers. These concrete walls, but there's still nail marks in the concrete as the moms, the dads, the kids, the grandparents were clawing at the walls as they were dying. This son of a bitch is a Nazi, and they paid him $1.5 million. No, I don't give a goddamn about your so-called rights as a cop to be a goddamn Nazi. No, I don't want those people as cops, and I want to fight them all the way and go to the courts and ask the jury, do you want to give the Nazi out $1.5 million? Do you want to give it to them and tell them the history of Nazis? You wouldn't have to pay a goddamn thing. You wanted to pay him because you think him being a cop is more important than him being a Nazi.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, I think we are in need of a little bit of comedic relief. And so Marjorie Taylor Greene will deliver that for us. We'll be right back with that story and more.
All right, guys, we got primary coverage tonight coming up in about half an hour, so make sure you stay with us right after the Young Turks, live, free, available to everybody. Members can, of course, always get it whenever they want. tyt.com/join to become a member. And Amy Villel is up tonight. She's one of the biggest progressives there is in the country. Check that out. And if you become a member, you also get the possibility of winning a $100 gift card to Blue Apron. Everybody's writing in saying how much they loved it. Food for thought there. tyt.com/join. or hit the join button below on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, let's go to Benjamin GL. He writes back in, remember he said I was funnier. I remember that. Thank you, Benjamin. He writes, pervy wankers. Okay, Anna, I see you trying to out funny Cenk.
I don't have to try.
Oh, okay. I'm the fairest man in America. That was good. Okay, guest says, Matt Gaetz is a stunt double of Robbie Rotten from Lazy Town. I don't know that, but I'm sure that the people that do just went, oh yeah. Chaplain Fred, AKA Prayer Dragon, wrote in, hi Cenk and Anna, one more week before I come home. People here are asking why I want to go back to the US. He says, it hurts to hear it, but I have to bite the bullet. Thank you, TYT, for keeping me sane. Love TYT. Chaplain Fred, we love you back. Thank you for doing the wonderful work you're doing with Ukrainian refugees, and it's going to be great to have you back. Cassandra Hefton writes in, doing the math, healthcare profits to needless death, this is approximately 1.35 million per death, single payer healthcare now. Yes, how come you don't hear that in the press, you don't hear that from any of the politicians, etc.
Sorry to interrupt you real quick. So Aaron has in fact put up a YouTube community poll on who's funnier. I retweeted it, so if you want to participate, please do so. I know.
Oh yeah, I'm retweeting it, so what? I'll retweet it right now, okay? Yeah, here's a retweet.
All right. Okay.
All right. Let's keep going.
Down.
Okay, now we're having fun. So I'll retweet on who's funnier. Okay. Cenk, who just doesn't get it. No. All right. Matthias Giovanni writes in, Trump pushed leaving NATO, extorted Ukraine, and pushed division and unrest in the US. Republicans lined up all Russian enemies in one hit. Adrian Etz writes that 90% of commodities markets consist of speculators, not producers or end users. The last time this happened, it triggered the Arab Spring. That's true, it also triggered the economic collapse in 2008. I love how educated and smart our audience is, smartest audience in the world, I love it. Prog Rock TV writes in, I was gonna call Lindsey Graham a pathetic weasel, but then I felt bad. Pathetic weasels don't deserve such an insult. Fair.
Weasels are kind of cute, man.
Yes.
They get a bad rap and I don't like it.
Agreed. Alex Das Liebe writes in, I love gloves off Fiery Bernie. He's hung out with our own Anna Salt Dragon. He has from time to time, so that was him in the debate with Lindsey Graham, that was good. Brett Campbell said, perhaps Boebert has a shady, troubled past, but don't sell her short. I'm sure she has a shady, troubled future ahead of her too. All of a sudden, the audience funnier. Okay, love you guys. Should I read Francisco's thing about how it was funny again? No, all right, I'll skip it. Okay, I'm out of time. TYT.com/join. We'll see you in a minute. Back on TYT, Cenk, Anna, and Brian. Brian Messer just joined by hitting the join button below on YouTube, TYT.com/join for everybody. We got primary coverage coming up, and you can get all of our shows if you're a member. Casper.
Let's do it.
They put tampons in men's bathrooms.
And they're just this, oh my goodness.
Yeah, so the war on women.
That was Marjorie Taylor Greene commenting on the tampon shortage that we're experiencing. And she doesn't want to blame it on supply chain issues, the war in Russia, and the high cost of cotton. No, she's decided to blame it on tampons being available in men's bathrooms because she's alleging that transgender people are looking to use tampons. None of it makes sense, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm the crazy one. So let's watch her argument and then you decide.
Men have taken over everything. They're women of the year in every category, in women's categories. And the latest news is, Brian, that now there's a shortage of tampons, and that's probably because men are buying tampons. And
is this breaking news right now? Is this a joke?
No, it's not a joke.
Am I being punked right now? Are you telling me that this is legit?
I'm telling you the truth. You can look it up.
We have that many.
Look it up on the internet. Everything's true on the internet.
You know, you need to have like just very like low level intelligence, like basic intelligence, just to like get through life, to survive, right? Like the intelligence necessary to inform you that it's a bad idea to play on the freeway, right? How did she survive to this point in her life?
I don't
know. They're putting the tampons in the men's bathrooms. Not a joke, not a lie.
Okay, yeah.
What?
Not at all.
Where exactly are they putting the tampons? Why?
Okay.
Why? Like where do the tampons go?
Look.
Where do you put your tampons, lady? Like what are you talking about?
Look, she's so dumb that if she wasn't a politician attacking other people and causing damage in the world, I wouldn't allow anybody to attack her.
Right, because you feel like you're attacking someone who might have a serious, No,
I'm being totally serious.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, like I'd almost want to protect her, like poor girl, right? Like so. Look, none of what she's saying is true, of course. I mean, everybody knows that. There's enough trans people in the country. Even her co-host knew it. Like he said it for a second. Really, there's enough transgender people in the country that it would drive the shortage of tampons?
No, but Cenk,
like no one with 2 brain cells could possibly believe that.
Are you not a woman yourself, Marjorie Greene? She's a woman herself. Okay, so no one's clamoring to wear tampons or any type of feminine product if they don't absolutely have to. It is not like no one's, for women who actually do need to use this product, okay, once a month, it's not like they're like, oh God, I love it when it's that time of the month and I get to use a tampon. Like no one's excited to wear tampons. Like the idea, like women aren't excited to wear tampons.
No,
the idea that like transgender people who don't menstruate are like, oh God, I can't wait to use it. It's like the most nonsensical, insane, bat crazy stuff I've ever heard in my life.
And if the claim is that the minuscule number of people who were born women and still menstruate have now become men, and that's why you need to put it in the men's bathrooms and it's leading to short. That is such a tiny number. That all the bathrooms in the country are now responding and putting tampon in men's bathrooms.
It's so stupid.
None of it makes any sense. And then I want to say one more thing. I mean, I know you got more facts and receipts, but if I saw tampons in a men's bathroom, you know what my reaction would be?
Do I need to provide facts and receipts? Like really? Like what do you guys want from me? Like do I really need to do it? Like let's give you guys like anatomy, like I don't know, 2nd grade anatomy class. You guys ready for it? So stupid. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Cenk.
Okay, if I saw it in the men's bathroom, I'd be like, okay. Like it wouldn't even bother me. I just think that, I guess they put it in the wrong bathroom, or this used to be a woman's bathroom or a unisex bathroom. But I wouldn't give it a second thought for a second. Like, is that a national emergency? Is that a thing that we should? Oh my God, there's tampons in the wrong bathroom. Like, wait, we don't have like our
What bathrooms? What bathrooms? No, I want to know what bathrooms. Like bathrooms in like restaurants, bathrooms in schools. Because like if we're talking about bathrooms in like a public place, they don't even have toilet paper half the time. Like the idea of like, have you been in a men's bathroom? Like the idea that a men's bathroom would like stock up on anything. Like they barely even clean a men's bathroom. I've seen men's bathrooms.
Oh, I've seen men's bathrooms, man. We could use any cleaning products at all in there. Really, we need help.
There are barely any products, period, in a men's bathroom. Like the idea that they're like, oh yeah, they're hoarding the tampons for the men's bathrooms.
Hoarding the men are hoarding the
what the?
Trans people are hoarding the tampons. This is just like the lunatics, the ravings of a lunatic mind. But what's amazing to me is not her, because it's a country of 330 million people. There's a number of lunatics in the country. That's normal, right? It's that Republican voters see that and go, atta girl.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. The real problem in America isn't that if you get the federal minimum wage, you only make $15,000 a year. The real problem isn't, as we reported earlier in the year in this show, that 338,000 people died because they didn't have health insurance during COVID. The real problem is tampons in the men's bathroom. I mean, if you think that, I would want to protect you too if you weren't doing damage.
So ladies, let's get to the reality of what's happening with the tampon shortage, because there is a shortage. I've seen the headlines and I wanted to get to the bottom of it. And it turns out that it has to do with the cost of raw cotton.
Really?
Yeah.
So it has to do with market dynamics rather than tampons in men's bathroom.
Yeah.
I mean, I had it at 50-50.
So the cost of raw cotton used in making the sanitary product was reportedly 71% higher in April than it was the previous year. Russia's war in Ukraine has further exacerbated the production cost. So tampon prices in the United States have shot up nearly 10% due to inflation, affecting nearly 40% of the US's menstruating population who use the sanitary product. But nonetheless, we have more from Marjorie Greene on this, where she says, she makes note of the way the people who menstruate are being referred to. People who menstruate can't find tampons. Has anyone checked the warehouses at the border where all the baby formula? I can't. She's just.
No,
too
I know.
It's too stupid. Like I can't do it.
She's like, well, I had to blame like the other boogeyman that we have. You know, they say, oh, the immigrants coming across the border, they're the ones who rigged the system. How could they rig the system? They just crossed the border. They weren't even here before. They're not even rich. They have no power at all. Isn't it your donors that are rigging the system that have all the money and power? No, it's the immigrants. And they took our baby formula and our tampons. Okay, look, if you believe that, man, go get counseling, go get help.
All right, so one final thing I want to mention for the ladies who are suffering from either having to pay too much for tampons or can't get a hold of tampons because of the shortage. What are you doing? Get yourself a Diva cup or something similar to that. This is where all the dudes get a little uncomfortable. Go ahead and get uncomfortable.
Already uncomfortable.
Yeah, menstrual cup made of silicone. You're not gonna get toxic shock syndrome. It's better for the environment and you can keep it in longer without having to change it. It's a life changer, get it.
Awkward, super uncomfortable.
Deal with it, okay? Deal with it, because it's a reality. And once you go Diva cup, you never go back.
Okay, please stop. Let's go to the next story. Next story. Next story. Somebody's gonna take my stapler. Next story. Don't take my stapler.
All right, okay. I just want to do a solid for my girlfriends, all right?
All right. God
okay.
bless.
Well, actually, why don't we? Oh, you guys ready for the trashy trash?
Let's
Okay,
do it.
classy trash, sexy trash, whatever you want to say. Let's do it. Sweden has apparently launched a new sexy initiative to get people to minimize litter and throw trash into the trash cans. So what are they doing? They are implementing trash cans that speak to you and even moan to you. Sexy trash cans, which makes it abundantly clear that officials in Sweden believe that the people doing the litter are men.
That's such a great point. I hadn't thought of that. Okay, yeah. Which woman's like, oh, come here, big guy.
Okay, no, you're stepping on my line.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So this is the Swedish city of Malmö. They've installed 2 of these sweet talking trash cans. Malmö actually bought 18 of these advanced trash cans back in 2017, but so far only 2 of them talk. And this is the first time that they've been given a sexy voice, okay? So we have video of this, but it's in Swedish, so I wanna give you, let you know what to expect, like what is the trash can saying. A YouTube video shows a person opening the trash can and it responds with a host of sultry phrases of encouragement like, come back quickly and do that again. And oh yeah, right there. And that was crazy good.
Okay, you're 1,000,000,000% right. That is not at all meant for women. We all can't wait to hear what it sounds like. Let's keep it real, okay? No, I just want to hear it. Go.
Let's watch.
Kom snart tillbaka och gör det där igen. Tack. Precis där ja. Lite mer till vänster nästa gång. Mer.
Okay, now I know how it sounds in Sweden. Okay.
Oh my God.
I mean, yeah, how sweet it is.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So Marie Persson, section chief of Malmö's roads department, said that the trash cans were meant to give a positive reinforcement to people, i.e. men, who do the right thing by giving them a laugh. Like there is no woman who's gonna be like, oh, the trash can's moaning at me. Obviously, like I wanna throw the trash away. Like women already do it. Like, we already throw the trash away in the trash can, okay?
Yeah.
It's you guys. You guys are the problem.
Yeah.
So now we have to entice you with sultry trash cans, which is insane. Insane.
It really is, okay? I mean, it's a trash can. It looks like a mess. So it's a little sweet and sour, if you will. But
you're the worst.
I am. I'm here all week. Don't forget to tip the waiters and waitresses. Okay, so seriously, men are hopeless. Like, we need stuff like this, like, ooh, mare, right? Oh, okay, then I'll throw the trash away. Otherwise, no. Like,
otherwise, no.
Like, no, not interested. Oh, it's turning me on? I'm gonna get an erection from the garbage can? Sure, I'll do it.
No, this is actually genius because, I mean, companies that make appliances should definitely include this feature as a selling point. Wives would love it, women would love it, right? The dishwasher, speaking to your husband, your male partner, like.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, get me wet, boy. Like,
that's a good one. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, come and heat me up.
But Ben Shapiro, not in favor of this. Like,
oh no. So, no, but here's why it's a disastrous idea, because guys are too easy. So next thing you know, they're gonna try to put their junk in it. Like, oh, toaster, no problem. No, like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, mare. It's a microwave. No, don't do it.
Oh no, you're so right.
You have a dishwasher talking dirty like that, and a guy will put his junk in the dishwasher.
Not my guy.
I guarantee it. I know, men, I guarantee it. Okay, let alone those poor trash cans all over Sweden. You know, I fear to think what's gonna happen to them.
The sentences are part of the campaign's intention to get more people to talk about the dirtiest thing there is, littering. The stuff that ends up on our streets, squares, and seas. So please go ahead and feed the bins with more rubbish. Yes, just like that.
Yeah, I get it, dirty talk. Finally got it.
Yep.
Okay, but look, even in Sweden, like, we have an image of Sweden as like these lovable socialists running around hugging people. And the guys are like, no, not throwing the trash away, man, I don't care. We're the same all over the place.
You know
On the
what?
other hand, Sweden used to be Vikings.
No, but like they always have better solutions for everything, I feel like, right? Maybe not everything, okay? I don't wanna use hyperbole here, but I mean, I haven't seen any cutting edge solutions to littering here in Los Angeles, and there's litter everywhere.
Well, that's definitely true.
Think about it, LA. Think about it, Garcetti.
Okay.
Anyway, all right.
All right, we don't wanna be too bitter about it, because then we'd be bittersweet.
Let's take a break. When we come back, what are boomers in the UK saying about the financial anxiety that millennials and Zoomers are facing? Well, we have a survey to share with you. Come right back and we'll give you the details.
All right, back on TYT, there's so many amazing comments. Moonchild Dragon writes in, Cenk for the win, dad jokes all the way. I'm not saying anything. No, now I see how biased everybody here is. Okay, but look, the people have spoken, not a big deal. Tyler Hackner writes in, I want this trash can so bad.
Oh my God, Tyler, you dirty, dirty boy.
Iroquois Pilskin beat us to the punch on this one, writing in, that trash can has a filthy mouth. Takes talk dirty to me, baby, to a whole new level. LMAO. Okay, HC writes in tampons. We're lucky if we even have hand soap. Totally right, totally right. Oh wow, look at this. Alex wrote in, fun fact, I'm a trans guy and I stopped getting dysphoria when I got a Diva cup because I didn't have to sneak crinkly pads or tampons to bathrooms.
Dude, look, I'm just telling you, man, Diva Cup is a life changer. It really is. And again, there's so many benefits, good for the environment, way healthier for you, and cheaper because you don't have to keep buying tampons.
So I love when you guys share your personal experiences related to the news. So thank you. In fact, I'm going to get to more of that in a second. Moonchild Dragon wrote in, Cenk for the win. Dad jokes all the way. Oh, did I read that already?
Oh my God, you're the worst.
Okay, now real ones. A Retail Alchemist wrote in, I can't even count the number of times I have to bite my tongue about politics on a daily basis when a customer faces sticker shock over some outrageous prescription cost. So my guess is they're blaming Biden, Democrats, and et cetera. And by the way, they partly deserve blame because they should have lowered prices. They should have done public option, let alone Medicare for all. But mainly it's the Republicans' fault, but of course that's not what's gonna come through. James Cardell says, I work in the health insurance industry. It needs to go. Outside of the executive levels of the companies, many of us support Medicare for all.
Yep.
I love that. By the way, Medicare for all has provisions in there that would then take the jobs in the healthcare insurance industry and turn them into other jobs so that you don't get left behind. Gail Hefner wrote in earlier, okay, I've been having a very good day. Then the bombshell about Lauren Boebert, hashtag best day ever. If you missed the Boebert bombshell, you don't want to, that's another good reason to join, tyt.com/join. Members get the shows anytime they want, et cetera. R. Stone wrote in, it amazes me that Republicans always begrudge government health care when they, while they were in Congress, they receive that health care all the time and they live forever. Burger eating Trump managed to survive COVID thanks to it. Yes, they have the best health care because it's public health care, public insurance health care. Benjamin GL says, Ike Perlmutter was fired by Disney and Marvel for using his power to deliberately veto female superhero movies in the MCU and push for movies that were less quote unquote bold, just one more reason to hate him. And that is of course one of Lindsey Graham's donors. And thank you for telling me that because I was gonna hold it against the MCU, but apparently they got rid of him, so that's awesome. And I'm out of time, we'll be back. All right, back on TYT, breaking news. Oh, look at that, a lot more votes on the YouTube poll. Oh, 1,600 votes now.
Wow, that's a lot of votes.
53-47.
He wants to share it, so it's gonna be something I don't want to hear. So let's just move on.
You never know with me, I'm very generous. 53-47. Uygur for the win!
All right, so I guess I like the Twitch community a little more than the YouTube community.
Oh no, look at what she said about you, YouTube community. Go vote against her. You think I'm a corporate Democrat? No, I play hardball. You look at what she said. She's denigrating the YouTube community. Are you gonna let that stand? Okay, no, seriously, the polls are still open on YouTube and Twitch, I think. So go have fun. All right, Casper.
Did you know that he's taking legalized bribes from the dad joke community? Did you know? Did you know?
I'm part of Big Joke. All right, let's do it.
Let's check in on the boomers. See what they're thinking. If you're a millennial or part of Gen Z and you can't afford housing, baby boomers would like to have a word with you. Maybe you should cancel Netflix, stop buying that expensive coffee. Maybe that's what your real problem is. And this is according to the latest poll that was done by King's College London. This is a UK poll, so I want to be clear about that. I know we're in the United States, the majority of our audience is in the United States, but it feels really, really good to know that older people in other countries also have broken minds when it comes to why younger generations are struggling financially. Now, more than half of baby boomers, those born between 1946 and 1964, By the way, it's a giant number of years. They believe that the luxury lifestyle choices made by young people are to blame for their inability to save enough money. And so what accounts for luxury lifestyle choices? Because when I think of luxury lifestyle choices, I think about like jet setting, think about going on a yacht. No, for them, buying coffee and not making your own coffee, luxury lifestyle choice. Paying $15 a month for Netflix, luxury lifestyle choice. If you just save that extra $15 a month, maybe you can buy a $1.5 million home. Yeah. You can't, okay? Now, UK adults, okay, so let's go to younger generations and what they themselves think about all of this. They actually kind of agree with older generations, which was a shocking part of this survey. In total, 48% of the UK public think that young people spend too much of their income on takeaway coffees and food, mobile phones, holidays abroad, and subscription services. The same portion of millennials actually agree with this view, as well as 43% of Generation Z. What?
So I have a theory on that. Where do we get our ideas? We get them from family, friends, school, but also media. And this is the thing that I'm less familiar with UK media, to be fair. So I'll just use my experience in US media. Constantly like, oh, the younger generations, they spend so much money doing this. So that probably got into the heads of the younger generation too.
Yeah. Can we pause for 1 second? Okay. Do you guys remember what, I don't know, about like the first 6 months of the pandemic was like?
Yeah.
I remember what it was like. I remember spending virtually no money. A lot of people spent virtually no money. Everything was closed, businesses were shut down, and so you had no choice but to stop spending money. So did you accumulate enough money for your finances to like miraculously improve to the point where you could freaking buy a house? No, because at the same time, we also saw the cost of housing really skyrocket because of the money that was printed and given to financial institutions who then bought literal neighborhoods with that money. But anyway, my point is, saving $15 a month by not paying for Netflix is not going to solve the problem of unaffordable housing.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the media, because if they were honest about the facts, nobody would have that thought in their heads. The price of housing, both rent and buying, again, I'm speaking mainly from a US perspective, it's way higher than it was, even if you adjust for inflation from when the boomers were growing up. And the student debt is monstrous compared to when the boomers were growing up. And we could do all of that, we could do it based on inflation adjusted money, but that's not what you hear. And part of the reason why you don't hear that, and part of the reason why the boomers have a completely different view on this, is because the hardest thing in the world is to escape your own perspective. So for the boomers, they thought, what do you mean? College was almost free. Yeah, when you went to college, but not anymore, right? When they're like, what do you mean? The houses were cheap. Yeah, when you were buying houses, but not today. And so they just assume that millennials and Gen Z are living under the same conditions that they lived in, which isn't remotely true.
Yeah, and I also want to address one other thing. It's a little bit beside the point of this story, but obviously in the list of luxury lifestyle choices, they talk about traveling abroad, young people traveling abroad. Listen, as the child of baby boomers who literally worked their entire lives until they got to their golden years where they can go out there and travel. You know what happened to them once they got to their golden years where they could actually go out there and travel? They got sick. And it was incredibly difficult for them to travel. And I mean, it's not just my parents. I've seen that happen with so many people in the same generation, the baby boomer generation that's now being critical of young people who take some time off to travel the world. Yeah. No, I want to travel the world now. Okay, when I'm healthy, when I can walk, when I'm mobile, when I don't have all these ailments that are slowing me down. Like life isn't just about work, save. And then like when you're 65, maybe, and by the way, at this point, if you're 65, you're probably not gonna be able to retire. But if you do everything right and in this magical utopian world where they think you can retire at 65, a lot of people get sick by then.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I want to travel now. I want to see the world now. I want to live now.
So I'll add one more thing to that particular line of thought. If you're in Europe, you guys take these great trips really all across Europe, all across the world, and it's built into a lot of the education systems in Europe. Do not ever let them talk you out of it.
Exactly.
Look, I know life's a balancing act, and you do have to save for the future.
Yes.
But you also have to live now.
Yep.
Okay, don't go in either extreme. The way that young people vacation and go traveling in backpacks and stuff in Europe is awesome. It's one of the best things in the world. Don't let the old people talk you out of it. That's not the main problem. The main problem is the economic system that we live under today.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that economic system. Now, look, there are some good things to come out of this survey, even though it's a little contradictory, because the respondents were also asked whether they think the current economic system is putting young people at a disadvantage, and an overwhelming majority believe that is the case. So apparently they think young people are wasting money, but they also acknowledge that the economy is pretty much rigged against them. So 76% of the public recognize that factors such as increasing house prices, stricter lending rules, and low wage growth are preventing young people from buying a home. And I wanted to share some data with you. And even though this survey was done in the UK, I can't help but show you what housing prices look like here in the United States. So just between December of 2020 and December of 2021, in just 1 year, the development of single family home prices in the US increased significantly by index points. So it went from 234.46 index points to 278.63 index points. And it's partly because of what I was explaining before. You have the Federal Reserve printing money, handing it over to financial institutions, including private equity firms, who then turn around and use that money to buy up entire neighborhoods of homes, single family residences.
Now, the government could stop them from doing that, but they won't.
They won't.
And that is affecting the housing prices and other prices so much more than if you go on a 1 week vacation. So that's why the whole thing's Netflix. Your Netflix subscription? No, market forces are what's actually to cause for the issue here.
So let's take a look at housing costs and how much of a burden housing costs are for low-income renters. And this is an international look at things, right? So share of low-income private tenants spending more than 40% of their income on housing, meaning rent. And look at that, at the top of the list, you have Great Britain. Actually, number 1 is New Zealand, which was surprising to me, where you have 56% of low-income tenants spending more than 40% of their income on rent. Coming in at number 2 is Great Britain, where you have 47.5%, and in the United States, that number is 45.6%.
And I want to draw attention to one other quick thing in that particular study. Canada is so much lower than America, even though we're right next to one another and similar in almost every way, except our government. Our government in America is much more right-wing, much more corporate friendly, and allows the banks to do anything they want. And that's a different, and you see it in your lives. You can afford a home in Canada right across the border a lot more than we can because our government is more corrupt.
And look, inflation is impacting everyone right now, including those in the UK. So if the economic system was already putting you at a disadvantage, it's only been exacerbated by inflation, which you can see in this graph that specifically looks at inflation in the UK between 1989 to January of 2022. So we're starting to experience record inflation. It's going back to what it was in the 1980s when it was incredibly high. And that's pretty terrible considering, again, people were already at a significant disadvantage with how the economy was already doing.
Yep. Go on vacation. We're obsessed with that, okay? Have fun, enjoy your life. And by the way, when you come back from the vacation, change your government. We have corporate rule all across the world. We actual human beings have to fight against the machines, those corporate machines that have captured all of our governments, and most especially the American government. and they have these corporate policies that are driving up the prices, not you guys. Okay, now we're almost out of time. We got the primary coverage coming up next, so we're going to take a little bit of a break and then come back with that for at least 3 hours. So hang in there. And I wanted to say more people are writing in. First of all, just a funny note from one of our members of our audience, Super Chat, Retail Alchemist wrote in, "I'll never see garbage people on the damage report the same way." That's funny. So every time you see garbage people, you say, "Ooh, come here, put it right there, big boy." And Angela B, you guys are killing it. Great show. Thank you. Thanks. That seems like a tie for who's funnier, but on the YouTube poll, there is not a tie. So I started looking at it. I have the link now. When it was at 1,800 votes, it has not moved since then, although it moved from when I last said it, and it's now at 2,400 votes. 52-48.
I know, Cenk, it's you.
Me.
Wrong. I literally can't believe it. I really think I'm funnier than you.
Okay, well, God bless, God bless.
But I guess people really like dad jokes, which would make my husband very happy because he's also a connoisseur of dad jokes.
Okay, yeah. You see a little bit of bitter there.
No, not a little, very bitter. I'm very bitter about this. Come on.
All right, so listen, we're just playing around. By the way, it's nearly 50-50 on both Twitch and YouTube, so thank you guys. We appreciate it. You're wonderful for even thinking either one of us is funny. So vote for me. All right, guys, primary coverage coming up next. John, Francesca, so many others are gonna join us throughout the night. You're gonna love it, and we'll see you there.
Indisputable has been named the fastest growing news TV show in the United States of America, compared to all shows on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and roughly 30 others. What do we do on this show? We tell the truth. You know why we tell the truth? Because the truth is simply indisputable. Donald Trump radicalized citizens. He's the chief terrorist. Republicans still want you to think that critical race theory is the greatest evil that can happen in K-12 education. It's not even taught. I guarantee you this, David. If he would have taken a knee during the national anthem to bring awareness to the need for more money for cancer research in America, he would not have had that response. It was the fact that he took a knee for black folk and brown folk. You rather pick the voters because you're scared of the voters picking the politicians. It frightens you. But we coming. When you are in a privileged position, equality looks like oppression to you. The Karenicity runs deep in this one. We provide a mirror for reflection and a mirror for correction.
So what if I have 35? Don't hit me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
So let's put up the graphic of this Karen in peak performance. Boom. They want anarchy so they can start creating their own rules.
Can you share with me some examples?
When they were running around during the terrorist attack on January 6th saying, hang Mike Pence. So those are the people I'm talking about. That's a problem, correct? You work for Mike Pence, stand up for the guy. Do not allow the ideology of politics to evaporate the humanity that still exists inside of you. They don't stop, I don't stop. Racism won't stop, I won't stop. Systemic bias won't stop, so I won't stop. People still need health care, so I won't stop. People still need criminal justice systems reformed in this country, so I won't stop. And you won't stop either.
You're doing a show that's blowing the doors off everybody.
Young Turks is the largest online news network, not a big deal.
We're gonna rock the boat. We're gonna be counter-establishment. We're gonna tell people the truth to the best of our abilities. We're so sick of this corruption. We're not the robots on TV. I actually care about the news. Guilty, I care. Fourth day on Occupy Wall Street. Last night we launched Wolfpack. It's us pushing our ideas out there, trying to help the country in every way that we can, trying to make this place just a little bit better.
Reporting from the Hillary-Bernie debate, I gotta be honest, you know what we do, we cover it for real.
For us, this system isn't working.
Free and fair elections.
And when he told the cops that day, when they came to drag her away, and he said, if you're gonna chain her, you're gonna chain me. If you're gonna arrest her, you're gonna arrest me.
My name is Carlos Hernandez. I am the valet parking for this small parking lot.
I work for Tyt'S, and they coming to this lot over 4 years. I know two more famous person, Bernie Sanders, the former Vice President Al Gore, and too many other guys. I'm so happy to cover it with Tyt'S.
I thought you knew when I smacked it back that I like.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
Young Turks selection coverage. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, Francesca Fiorentini. And we are doing Maine, Nevada, North Dakota, and South Carolina today. That's a lot of states, but unfortunately, not a ton of progressives. Amy Villela's in Nevada, or Nevada. Which one's the one the way they say it?
Whichever one I don't say.
Yeah, Nevada. Anyways, that closed at 7, but we've got some earlier closings for you guys. Maine has Representative Jared Golden up for re-election, and he's the only Democrat left in Congress who voted against impeaching former President Donald Trump. So bad guy, ironic name. So he's facing a rematch with Bruce Poliquin. in the general election if he moves forward, and it looks like he's probably going to. Unfortunately, Paul LePage remember him?
Yeah.
Ugh, he's making a comeback in Maine. Let's hope he loses. And then you've got a bunch of tons of corporate guys who are corporate Democrats up for re-election without a serious challenger. One of the reasons is because when you run into senators like Senator John Hoeven in North Dakota on one side, and Senator Catherine Cortez Masto on the other side in Nevada, well, North Dakota and Nevada, but other parties, they get so much money from corporate interests. At the state level, it's much harder to win. The more local you are, the more likely the progressives likely to win because they can get excitement, grassroots energy, etc. The bigger the race, the harder that it gets. So, looking back at what we did with Just Democrats in the first cycle in 2018, Allison Hartson ran against Dianne Feinstein. And so now I know there was no chance that she could have won. I didn't know back then, but it was actually a miracle. She got 100,000 votes.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable that we could get that many votes. But when you spread it out across all of California, it doesn't make a difference. If you put it in one district, she could win any district with that number of votes.
Sure.
So it's little apples and oranges, obviously. But I'm just giving you context for tonight coverage and all of the elections.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, and she was obviously up against a lot. I mean, we don't necessarily agree with Dianne Feinstein on much, but you got to give it to her. She's sharp, she's dialed in, she knows what's going on, and she knows where she is. Imagine we could have had a young progressive representing the state the past few years, and unfortunately, instead, we got what we got.
Yeah, I'll just say real quick on that. I tweeted an article from the New York Times today because I was kind of shocked that they allowed a little bit of truth to go in the paper. Talking about Dianne Feinstein and all these octogenarian politicians. And they're like,
yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, Francesca, but it was like.
No, is it the op-ed, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Was it Jamel Bowie's op-ed? It was
That's
great.
right. Yeah.
I actually didn't see it. What was it about?
No, he was just saying we gotta go. They don't think that anything should be done because nothing's changed for them in years and years and years. They're totally out of touch, right?
Specifically about Dianne Feinstein?
And he mentioned, and it's in the New York Times, so they had to soften it up and put it around pillows and stuff, right? But the general point was delivered, and it was a really good op-ed. Of course, I would have written it harsher, but it was good. It had the right substance, and it went in the New York Times. And Francesca, one of the things I got out of it was the dam is cracking a little bit. Like even the New York Times has to put an op-ed in that questions Democratic leadership, like that ever so slightly, like that's unprecedented.
I mean, the headline was gerontocracy. Like that's how they referred to these Democrats that are so old, they are forgetting their positions on things. And someone has to take the keys away from grandma, she can't drive no more. And that's what we're up against. But it's not only that, and it's almost like Jamel was trying to explain to a lot of their sort of corporate centrists, I don't know what you want to call it, people with a second home who watch or read the New York Times, that hey, young voters look in the future and they see on the one hand, the end of democracy. They see all these attacks on voting rights, all these attacks on civil liberties. And then Democrats who are like, it's fine, what are you talking about? We'll just spend more money to do nothing. So it was almost like he was trying to whisper to the audience, hey, here's why young people might not vote. Because honestly, let's be real, every single time, these midterms included, there's low voter turnout, who gets blamed? Young people and people of color constantly, and not by Republicans, by Democrats, by usually more comfortable, wealthier, centrist Dems.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on this topic, partly because a lot of the relevant election results are gonna come a little later. But partly
a few little ones, but nothing urgent.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But partly because it's really, really important. Look, I think the news, so New York Times calls itself the paper of record, right? And I think it's the paper of record for the elites. And I think that that's very literal. I think that highly educated and on average much higher income people read the New York Times. And so they caters to its audience, and in a lot of ways that's fair. It's got its subscribers that it caters to, the people that read it, that they then sell advertising to based on those numbers, et cetera. And so that's why that op-ed is more relevant. I'm not making too much out of it. I swear to you that it's important. And I'm gonna back it up with, I'm gonna keep it real, my yuppie friends. They're getting super frustrated at the Democratic establishment. They're complaining that, my God, these guys are so old. Now, do they know the phenomenon necessarily? And I don't mean to throw my friends under the bus. I'm just talking generally, right? Do they know the phenomenon that the reason they're so old is because they all take corporate donor money, and the corporations have decided these are good, safe bets. We get good return on investment. So we're gonna keep giving money to Dianne Feinstein and Pelosi and McConnell and Cornyn and all these guys on both sides because we can bank on them, literally, right? Yeah. No, they don't know that phenomenon. Why don't they know that phenomenon? Because the New York Times never, ever, ever writes about it. Every once in a while when it does, when it's the needle in a haystack, you'll see it here on the Young Turks. You're like, oh my God, the New York Times wrote about corruption. Like it mentioned it slightly in a different article, but it mentioned donors. Oh my God, it's amazing, right? So the elites have been sheltered. They have this little bubble that they live in where everything is fine and the status quo is terrific and these Democratic leadership. If you've been watching Young Turks for a long time, you've seen us talk about this now for several decades, where they will say, you guys don't understand Democratic leadership. You progressives are children, you're not practical, you're idealistic, your heads are in the clouds. You have to be practical, and the practical thing to do is not a goddamn thing. No, you're just supposed to just like drift off into sleep and not ever, ever, ever get anything done. That's the practical thing to do. And the kicker was, those guys are so smart, they're playing 4-dimensional chess.
Oh God.
And you guys don't get it. You're like, oh my God, what is chess? I'm used to checkers. Oh my, it's 4-dimensional chess. And I remember going through this in the Obama years, and all of those people, and just like the right wing, okay, because the right wing said, oh, Obama's gonna put you into FEMA camps, Obama's gonna restart the Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire not restarted, there are no FEMA camps, but the right wing never learns, right? They just go back to Alex Jones and whoever else, and they're like, oh yeah, man, FEMA camps, right? And with the corporate media, they were like, no, at the end, you're gonna see Obama's gonna win on everything. No, we gotta do Obamacare now, but later, public option and universal health care and higher wages and child tax, none of it ever came. There was no later. The Obamacare, if you liked it, it's mediocre, but it passed in like, was it 09? And then he had 7 more years and not a single large bill passed. There was Dodd-Frank, but that was a big sloppy wet kiss to the bankers pretending to be historic, kind of like gun control now, right? Where there's actually no gun control in the bill, and then they call it historic. That's the corporate media fluffing it up. So if you're doing well, you went to a good school and you read the New York Times and Washington Post, you think everything's terrific, right? Oh my God, they passed historic gun reform, they passed historic. No, they didn't pass a goddamn thing. But even those guys now are like, no man, there's something wrong. Well, and that's why the New York Times, I think, is responding to their readers going, oh, they realize something's wrong. We got to give them a morsel. And so we saw that morsel today.
Yeah, and I worry about what comes after that morsel, and maybe we can transition to that in a minute. I would say for those in our audience who, I know there are people who are sensitive about ageism and everything. This is not determinative, it's not causal. Like Bernie Sanders just had his debate with Lindsey Graham, and he did a better version of articulating what all Dems should be running on than virtually anyone, and he's 1,000. And on the other hand, there are, on the Republican side, there's Madison Cawthorn, Lauren Boebert, and all that. They're super young, and they're every bit as much tools for the establishment as any 85-year-old Republican senator. So it's not determinative, but maybe we could start to look at the next generation. What I wonder, though, in terms of what comes after the morsel is, so let's say that you're right and people are starting to figure out that the Dems really don't have a plan, even to the extent that they say they do about bipartisanship and everything. We keep hearing that it never actually happens and they're not getting anything done. But then it might be relatively easy for them to turn their voters to, and thus we need a new generation of centrists. We need Pete Buttigieg and we need Kamala Harris and Hakeem Jeffries or whatever. People who say the same thing. Who represent 100%. The same people, but are younger for now. And maybe in 30 years we can do this again and talk about how finally it's time to move on from Pete Buttigieg. I don't know, but that's my fear.
So that's great points. Let me just jump in real quick. First of all, on the ageism. Amazing fact, it's in my book. One day it'll come out. justicescomingbook.com. Good luck. Anyways,
your book or public option first?
Which? No, that's a good question. Let's do a new poll on YouTube. Anyway, so but amazing fact. So the reason we talk about the older generation is because yes, between the ages of 45 and 65, 65 to 85 is the most conservative. Okay, then 45 to 65. 65 to 85, most conservative. And it's partly when they grew up, it's the media they grew up with. That doesn't mean there are wonderful progressives in the 65 to 85 category. Bernie's in that category. Dr. Cornel West, Danny Glover, the list goes on and on. Some of the best progressives that have been doing it for the longest are in that category. But here's the twist. Above 85, they're progressive. Okay, why? Because they grew up in a different era. And a lot of them got to see FDR and JFK and LBJ. And so they stayed progressive their whole lives. And they've been voting Democrat ever since, and they've been voting progressive ever since. Isn't that amazing, right? And by the way, there's great hope for the future because millennials and Gen Z are the most progressive generations and now the largest generations. So justice is actually coming. It was not to just be a plug for my book, but it worked out nicely. Anyways, sorry, Francesca, just one more thing. I also don't want, so we talked about ageism. I also don't want to get too much in, grief for Cenk friendism. And so, but I do want to, I use my friends as an example, and I don't mean just one group of friends. There's actually several different groups of friends, and they all think similar. I'm keeping it real. And why? Because their media diet and their media consumption is similar, okay? And in 2016, they were a hell no to Bernie, and they were all for Hillary Clinton, or almost all. Okay, Dave Cullerson, a friend, he was for Bernie, and so Steve-O. But seriously, everyone else, Hillary, they didn't want to hear the goddamn thing about Bernie, they hated him. 2020, they were like Elizabeth Warren. And in the beginning, they were backing Elizabeth Warren. Then they went to Buttigieg, to your point, John. Okay.
Same thing, policy-wise, so similar.
Right, and then at the end, well, what are we gonna do? We can't be Bernie, so Biden, right? But now those same groups, throughout the country, different groups, okay, they just happen to know me, that's the common bond. They're all like, there's something wrong, man. There's something really wrong with the Democratic Party. I think these Democratic leadership is maybe not playing 4-dimensional chess. Maybe not even playing 3-dimensional chess. Maybe not playing chess at all, because they seem to suck at this thing. And the fact that they're saying it, to me, means we're at a tipping point. That's what I think.
Yeah. No, and I agree with that. And I think to your earlier point about the New York Times and so many other mainstream news outlets not talking about the corruption. And if they do, they bury it. It's paragraph 8. It's a little bit of, if they ever cover it at all. But so they're so uncomfortable talking about the oligarchy, the corporate influence, but they're more comfortable talking about gerontocracy, the aging, and they sort of conflate that with a lack of vision, which again, Bernie Sanders is proof that that is not necessarily true at all. But they're more comfortable talking about the aging like leaders and their ineptitude. And I think that when we as progressives fall a little bit too far into the it's all corruption camp, sometimes I want to pull people back and be like, no, it's idiocy also. Like it's also ineptitude. Like I was actually in Nevada in 2020, right before, of course, the lockdown. And I was helping out, I was doing some Spanish language translation at one of the caucuses, right? Which was so funny because of how it broke down is exactly what Cenk, you mentioned. It was like, the people that were sort of like really well dressed and had like a little too much jewelry were all Buttigieg, and there was like 2 of them. The Tom Steyer people were like some weirdos in like, hammer pants. And then the Bernie caucus was like, young black and brown people and white people, Latinos who I was doing Spanish language translation for, who like couldn't stay for 8 hours to wait for the caucus to be done. Like one woman was like, I've got to go feed my kids, they're at home. Like, so anyway, just to give you a sense, it was very funny visually breaking it down. But the point of the story is you go and see inside the Nevada Democratic Caucus. It's hollow. There's no organization. It is not being like, orchestrated or coordinated. It's people like me who are like, I don't know, I speak Spanish, you guys need help? And they're like, yes, please, oh God, like they're so inept. So this is what I'm saying, like it's ineptitude and it's corruption. We have to remember the two of them. Corporate media is more comfortable with talking about that ineptitude. The last thing I'm gonna say is someone like my mom, for example. Talk about Dianne Feinstein. A lot of people are finally dawning on them that she has no clue where she is at any given moment of any given day. But one thing that happened a few years ago was, remember when those young kids go to her office, they drew all these signs, Green New Deal, this is what we want. And Dianne Feinstein just, yes, well, you can't vote yet, can you? So anyway, I've got to listen to my constituents. Just the coldest, meanest, and also really viral moment that progressives, we covered it, everyone else covered it. But if you turn on MSNBC, you turn on CNN, you're never gonna see that. So I remember telling my mom recently, like, don't you remember that? Remember when she was like super rude to those kids who just wanted a Green New Deal? She was like, no, I have no idea. No idea.
Yeah.
Because they're just not covering that stuff.
No, MSNBC, look, I wish it was better. I worked there. I knew a lot of good people that worked there, Shuster, so many others. But it's really a propaganda outlet. They're not really doing news. They're just taking the news and then they're framing a corporate agenda, a corporate Democratic agenda in their case, around the news. They would never cover something that's embarrassing to Pelosi, Feinstein, etc. Or they would cover it and not think that it was embarrassing, like, oh, the Pelosi in her basement with the designer ice cream and stuff. They're like, oh, to bravo. Oh, she's reading the Bono poem, so good, nailed it, Nancy. Yeah. Like they would never ever be honest about those corporate Democrats. And if you see them being honest, that is a sea change. That means the dam is breaking. So just real quick on two things on Francesca said, and then a little tiny bit of results. On the idiocy, totally. Like I know for a fact that Schumer had no idea how to win the filibuster vote. He didn't even ask Joe Manchin which way he was gonna vote. He didn't ask Sinema. He never had a strategy, he never had a plan. They went into the filibuster cold, that vote. And he's like, oh, Manchin voted against it. I didn't see that coming. Like that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable, but it's true. Okay, so but Francesca, the corruption and the idiocy are connected because the story I tell a lot on the show because it's so telling. Talked to Grover Norquist back in 2004 on the Young Turks. Me and Ben did. It was at the RNC, and we asked him, hey, in 2000, your group that determines really who the Republicans pick because they have all the money. That's the group that has the tons of millionaires and billionaires in it that do all the donations. You guys picked Bush instead of McCain. That was a little unusual because McCain at the time was more respected, a bigger figure, etc., more popular. I said, why'd you do that? And he was very honest. He said, we asked McCain, will you do what we asked you to? He used a little bit of coded language, but that was the essence of it. And he's like, Maverick said, Maverick, I can't believe I did that Freudian slip. Anyway, McCain said.
What movies have you seen recently?
Right, McCain said, no, I mean, I'm gonna be president. Of course, I'll listen to you guys, but I'm gonna make the decision. Bush, according to Grover Norquist, came in and said, oh yeah, of course, I'll do whatever you want. So the Schumers and the Pelosi's and the Bidens and the McConnells and the Bushes are dumb on purpose because the donors look for empty vessels.
Yeah.
If you actually have ideas and you're independent and a creative thinker, they have no interest in you. They will go and find the person who is the least intelligent, the least thoughtful, the least creative, and then pump him full of cash and tell him, and then give him his walking orders.
Yeah.
And so that's how we got to the state that we're in now.
And I wonder, like, how stupid can a person be before that paradigm shifts and they have to go for a person who might be a little bit less controllable, but at least might be competent. Like in 2024, if it's Trump and DeSantis, Trump definitely seems more easy to control potentially, but he also like throws the whole thing into chaos. DeSantis probably naturally agrees with the Grover Norquist more to begin with, but he probably considers himself on the inside more of his own man.
No, they'll give it to DeSantis. They'll give it to DeSantis because Trump, they don't have a problem with Trump's intelligence. They like that he's a dum-dum. That's why they picked Reagan. That's why they picked Bush. They keep picking dumber and dumber. They have Sarah Palin. It just keeps getting dumber and dumber and dumber until it gets to Trump. No, I think Trump's the bottom. You know, Gomer, I forget if I told this in the last coverage. I ran into him at the airport. This was actually a couple of years ago, and I talked to him about Trump. So I don't think I said this recently. And I talked to him about, because I was asking about a constitutional convention, because there's some chance that he's in favor of it. It's not really a convention, let's put it that way. And so I don't mind taking a yes from Gomer. That's why I engaged him. And plus I was like, hey, look, it's Louis Gohmert in LA. And I went and talked to him. He told me about the constitutional issues. He's like, I'm not sure Trump would understand that. Gohmert thinks Trump is a dumbass.
Yeah.
That's how dumb Trump is. Okay.
Yeah, and Gohmert was at the airport to catch a boat. So
no, worse, he was there to catch a goat. So, but the reason they won't go for Trump, the Republican donors, is he's too much of a wild card. Can't control him. He's such a loose cannon. He'll take money and do what you want. That's his calling card. That's why they liked him in the first place. There's nothing that guy wouldn't do for money, right? But now he's such a loose cannon. They're like, no, let's go with a safer bet.
Yeah, and I think he also generates a lot more popular opposition that is inconvenient for them. I think DeSantis would do a little bit less of that.
Yeah, all right, results.
Okay, so super fast, Paul LePage, they've called it. He will be the Republican nominee for president. Now, it was uncontested, but it will be him. No, but like I do think it's worth bringing that up because like I love our political system. There are a few million people in Maine. It's not the most populous place, but there's got to be like 1 million people or something. That's the best you can do, seriously. Like the guy who got run out of office because he was too racist on the Republican side, they got a couple of years. They got nothing. They don't even have a contested primary for it. Yeah, that is so deeply embarrassing that you can't find someone better than that. And there's a lot of examples of this, but Paul LePage has already demonstrated that he can't even necessarily win.
I know, but John, I think the reason for that, look, it's partly random, right? On another year, they might have had somebody who ran against him. 2, he's gonna have a ton of money, so you're just doing it on a whim, like you have almost no chance of winning. Corruption pays. But 3 is that usually you have Republican primaries. Well, you have Democratic primaries because we want to go to the left of the corporate Democrats. But the Republicans usually have primaries if they want to go right of the establishment candidate and crazier than the establishment candidate and more hateful than them. But it's hard to go further right, further crazy, and further hateful than Paul LePage. So that's why probably the Republicans in Maine were like, no, pretty good, we'll stick with that one.
Yeah, he was out of office before the 2020 uprisings. He hasn't, bit off the BLM popsicle or whatever. I don't know, licked off the taffy. I'm not sure what the thing is, but he's got to get in on the action, So he's like, now it's all coming around. Every year, every cycle, this country gets more and more racist. There's no more dog whistles anymore. They don't exist. So, he's old news. Now he's like, oh, I don't have to use this anymore. Hell yeah. Just be me.
So look, we have that. He's going to be the nominee. We do have one race that's getting a little bit more exciting. The gap is narrowing in this race. I'll bring it up so we can see it. It is one of the Republicans that Trump is not a big fan of being challenged. So right now, Nancy Mace in the 1st congressional district for South Carolina, that race, she is still leading. We're at about 13%. When we were at 6% not that long ago, she was leading by a good chunk more. I bet she still probably feels somewhat confident with the numbers that we're seeing right there. But this could potentially get more exciting. Now, Nancy Mace ran afoul of Trump because after he tried to overthrow the US government, she said that he might bear some responsibility. And then she didn't even vote to impeach him, but that was enough to get Trump to hate her until her dying days.
Yeah, Mace is the one that groveled in front of Trump Tower and did the video of like, here I am in front of Trump Tower, trying to trick people into thinking that Trump supported her. It's pathetic. I believe that's the same district that Mark Sanford was in, and that makes it a very relevant district because that's the first guy that Trump ever took out for disagreeing with him. Mark Sanford, who's a very right wing. He's the Appalachian Trail guy at the fair, was the governor of South Carolina. We couldn't believe he made a comeback. We're like, oh my God, the Republicans are gonna vote for this guy even though he's such a liar, et cetera, because he was so right wing, they liked him anyway. But he tweaked Donald Trump and Trump said, I want him eliminated, and he was.
Yeah.
And that's when Trump gained a lot more power, and all the other Republicans got scared. So that's why that's an important race.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we have amazing guests for you guys and a lot more coverage. Stay right here.
Hey everyone, Matteo Scarapore here, author of Black Buck, which is Shop TYT's first fiction book ever. I'm honored. So, Black Buck is about a young man named Darren who's living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. He lives with his mom, he has his girlfriend, he has his best friend, he has his neighborhood, and his neighborhood has him. Darren's also working at a Starbucks in Midtown Manhattan. And one day, this man, real suave and good looking, comes in and asks Darren to give him his regular. But for some reason, Darren says no. This man named Rhett Daniels, who's the CEO of a startup called Someone, located on the 36th floor of the same building, is impressed. And he invites Darren upstairs, and then he extends an offer to join his elite sales team. Darren reluctantly joins, and he soon realizes that he's not the only black salesperson there. He's the only black person in the entire company. So he goes through hell and back in order to make it to the top. And once there, he has status, money, power, but he says, you know what? I don't like being the token black guy. So he hatches a plan to help other people of color infiltrate America's tech startup sales teams, redefining what it means to be a minority in the workplace. This book definitely, if you couldn't tell, touches on many things that are relevant to this moment that we're all living in right now. But it's also connected to the many moments in history that have come before today. I hope that you read it. I hope that you enjoy it. And if you want to order a copy, go to shoptyt.com. Thank you, be well, and happy 2021.
Breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is Brett Ehrlich with breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. Bernie Sanders wants to break Wall Street, and he wants to break it real bad.
What's happening? I'm Rashad Ritchie, host of Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie right here on TYT. Let me tell you what we do on Indisputable. We go beyond the headline. We make sure that you know the full context of the story. And we also highlight issues that are important to the everyday person. We're talking about criminal justice reform. We're talking about the climate. We're talking about what's happening right in your local community. We also highlight very important issues that are affecting all of us, like the economy, jobs, and we engage in transparent debates with people who may not think like me. We're living in a current social atmosphere where opinions are represented as facts and lies are represented as truth. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care, I don't believe in it, and I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
All right, back on TYT election coverage. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, Francesca Fiorentini. Of course, everybody check out Damage Report, check out Bituation Room, Twitcheration Room, any room No, not any room with an iteration at the end. but 2 out of 3. All right. Also with us, Dan Brown, Tommy Banks. They just joined. They hit the join button below. When you're a Young Turk member, you're one of us. And you help put together these shows. So Dan and Tommy, you guys are awesome, and thank you. And if you're not on YouTube, tyt.com/join. All right, there's someone else joining us as well. It's Akela Lacey. She wrote a really interesting piece for The Intercept that we talked about yesterday. But we want to bring her on to talk about it here. It's called "The New Dark Money Group Spending Against Progressives is Suspiciously Well Aligned with Powerful Democrats." Great, another dark money group against progressives. All right, Akela, great to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Cenk.
Okay, so for the folks who didn't catch our segment yesterday, so tell us about it. Who is what's the new group?
So this group is called Opportunity for All Action Fund. It's not clear who is actually running it. It's a 501c4, which means that it doesn't have to disclose its donors. But the folks who are sort of on the operational paperwork side are longtime Democratic operatives, folks who worked on Hillary Clinton's 2008 presidential campaign, the Obama-Biden 2012 campaign, and longtime congressional staffers, including someone who used to run, financial services for the DCCC. So this group has been spending in a number of key Democratic primaries, and then one random Republican primary where the winner is going on to face Josh Gottheimer, one of the most conservative Democrats in the caucus. So they've spent in 2 races that have already happened, and then there's 2 others that are coming up, including today, Amy Villela's primary against Dina Tyt'S in Nevada, and then in a couple weeks, Denny Davis, representative in Chicago, is also facing a primary, and they've spent backing his incumbency.
Yeah, so Akela, a lot of Democrats make the excuse, and mainstream media goes along with it completely. Like, oh, we're just doing incumbents here. It just happens to be that we spend against progressives in every single race. Just a wild, wild coincidence. So, well, what's your take on that based on your report?
Well, it's sort of notable that this group is spending in races where we're talking about safe blue districts. The party has a lot on its plate in upcoming midterms. Obviously part of their strategy has been trying to tamp down on the progressive wing in hopes that that will help them when they're in general elections, but that hasn't necessarily behooved them in a lot of cases. And so it's definitely this group is not, we're not saying that, it's Nancy Pelosi is directing it, but it's clear that they have the same interests as, top House Democrats who are backing some of these same incumbents, including, all of the target races that they're working on are the same target races that Team Blue PAC, which Rep. Hakeem Jeffries and Josh Gottheimer and Rep. Terry Sewell launched with the express intention of protecting incumbents who are facing primary challengers, most of whom are facing primaries from their left. So it's just sort of another data point in the sort of criticism against the party that they are utilizing resources on pushing against growing support for these progressive policies instead of sort of allocating those resources towards districts that are actually have a chance of flipping red, which is not the case in the seats that this group is spending in.
Akela, I don't know that you'll necessarily, like off the top of your head, have percentages or anything, but I'm just curious based on the research that you did in advance of this. Look, this seems like a significant new group, but we know that there has also been dark money for some time. Do you have any idea in this cycle how significant their contributions have been as a part of the total spending in these races? And do you have any sort of gut feeling about how big of an impact dark money has had generally in this election cycle, perhaps in comparison to past ones?
So this group, they're new. They're only spending in a handful of races. I don't want to overstate the amount of money in comparison. Especially when we're talking about outside groups. We've done a lot of coverage on spending by AIPAC and Democratic Majority for Israel, where you're talking about millions of dollars on primaries. This group hasn't reached that threshold, but it's one piece of this larger sort of apparatus of both dark money groups that have to disclose their donors, who are working sort of to achieve these same goals, which is to stop progressives from winning these races. In terms of the amount of that dark money has impacted this year's cycle, I think we're seeing some other groups that have been kind of more unabashed about being very proud of taking money from sort of unsavory figures. Some of the we've done a lot of coverage of AIPAC's new PAC, and they endorsed more than 100 Republicans who voted to overturn the election results. So it's almost more explicit this cycle. We're seeing on the one hand, we do have dark money groups that are making a big impact, but we also have sort of explicit spending that is relying on Republican and sort of really right-wing donors to reach the same aims that the Democratic Party is working towards.
So, Kayla, before we go to Francesca, it's funny you said that. I wanted to follow up because when I introduced you, I said we did your story about this corrupt PAC yesterday on the show. It was a different story. Okay, there's so many stories about corrupt PACs, but you're one of the very, very, very few reporters that are covering it. So, so my question in that regard is, do these? I assume you're asking for comment. Do these corporate Democrats ever comment like, oh, like the one we covered yesterday? You've got all these Republicans that are giving to Democratic PACs. And like Loeb that you referred to, and then you got Robert Kraft who was giving to Chantel Brown, which was a different story. I mean, tons of Republican money is coming in to Democratic elections to support establishment Democrats. Does the Hakeem Jeffries, do the Hakeem Jeffries of the world, the Danny Davises or whoever go, oh yeah, we love it, man. We were using Republican money to bash progressives, or they're no comment, or what do they say?
So in the case of the story that you're referring to yesterday with the PAC that's spending to unseat Rashida Tlaib, I mean, yeah, that was their exact response when I asked them for comment. And I've seen this with other campaigns that take or do fundraisers with Republicans. They say we're proud to have support of, from a wide spectrum of folks across the political, a wide variety of folks across the political spectrum. In terms of, this argument being like, there's a cognitive dissonance when you're talking about Democrats being like, yes, we're going to do everything that we can to fight against the Republican agenda, but we need them to support us in order to win those elections. And then you see, obviously, even when they do have power, they're not doing everything that they can to even wield that power or fight against the folks who are blocking their agenda. So yes, they sort of acknowledge it, but I think they acknowledge it because there's no one holding them accountable necessarily for, at least within their own ranks for doing that, or very few at least. We saw Representative Ocasio-Cortez shared that story about the Bakari Sellers PAC and sort of made this point that Republicans and Democrats are pouring money into these races, and so that's one of the few voices that's trying to bring attention to this. But yeah, it is interesting when they say that because it's obviously something that they think is going to go over well with people, and I guess it does for some folks, but.
Yeah, when they
it doesn't
say
make a lot of sense.
Yeah, when they say, oh no, we've got a wide tent, that's why we have Republicans helping our agenda. I think, is it our agenda? Is that why the Republicans gave millions of dollars to it? Perhaps maybe not quite our agenda. But Francesca, go ahead.
Oh, I just think that in this particular piece about dark money, it feels so obvious that it's the same people behind the Team Blue PAC, right? Like they spent $150,000 in Gottheimer's race for another Republican. They're like throwing their money because Pallotta, the Trump-backed Republican, as you write, was within 8 points of Gottheimer, which is like, I wonder why a Republican is so close to taking out a Democrat. Maybe because Gottheimer and this Republican's politics are really similar, and like Gottheimer is not actually standing out. So I guess I'm just wondering, like, is it kind of all but known that it's Gottheimer's and Hakeem Jeffries and the same folks? And will that ever be known? Like, will they obviously, they don't have an obligation, correct, to disclose?
No, and they did not. I reached out to both of their offices for comment. They did not comment on the record, or one office did not comment on the record. The other office did not respond at all. But I was talking with someone else who, we made the point that nobody cares that much about Josh Gottheimer other than Josh Gottheimer. Like you don't have another committee that's spending on all these safe blue seats, and then we're just gonna pick this random race that you also happen to be facing an actually tough challenge. So I think people can draw their own conclusions from that, even if it's not Gottheimer and Jeffries directly saying, yeah, we want to do this. Like there are other ways to facilitate these things, and that's just how this stuff works in Washington. So to answer your question, effectively, yes, but yeah. And Frank Bellato won anyway, so it didn't work, whatever they were doing. And that was one of the races that they spent most of the money on, so.
Exactly,
Yeah, so I just want, real quick, Kayla, is there, do they ever square the fact that they sometimes call themselves progressive, like Hakeem Jeffries, and they'll join the progressive caucus, and then they spend millions of dollars of Republican money to defeat progressives? Do they ever address that, or do they not?
That would be a little bit too much like right, I think. I mean, the word progressive has lost so much meaning, in part because it's easy to espouse that or put that label on yourself, and people can point out the hypocrisy or the contradictions all the day long if they want. But unfortunately, with the platform that these folks have and sort of the in a lot of outlets, the uncritical coverage that they get away with it. So no, I mean, they don't have to admit, I'm not actually progressive. I can just say all these things and do all these things and support the same policies. And then somehow I'm progressive because, I don't know, I'm not explicitly fascist, right? That's sort of the bar is on the floor when we're talking about progressives in Congress. And a lot of these folks have sort of competing memberships in the progressive caucus and then some more of the conservative caucuses. So there's the lines are very fluid, and that's sort of by design, I think.
Yeah, Kayla, I just want to ask you something somewhat related to see if it was on your radar or anyone at The Intercept that would be looking into this. Obviously, there's the groups that you've identified, and you mentioned AIPACs, PACs that have been getting involved in some of these races. I've also noticed a little bit of beginning reporting on crypto-backed PACs weighing in on some of these progressive races. Is that a thing that you've been looking into? I've only sort of gotten the impression that it seems like this is becoming a big thing relatively rapidly. Do you have any thoughts about that area of PACs?
Yeah, so the crypto space is really interesting. I haven't covered a lot of this personally, but I have seen it come up in some of the races that we've written about. So they backed Shontel Brown in the primary with Nina Turner, but they've also backed other candidates, further, who are a little bit more believably under this progressive banner. So they're backing. I'm forgetting her name. Jasmine Crockett in there's a Texas congressional race that she won that race. She was also the handpicked successor of the retiring incumbent. And she has, expressed support for some progressive policies, and I think is sort of was waiting until after the primary to make a little bit more of a definitive stance in some of those areas. But a crypto PAC backed her. The crypto PACs also have been spending to back John Fetterman in Pennsylvania. They're popping up in these really random races. So that's definitely an area that I hope other people report more on, because I'm super curious about it too, and that's something that I'm sure I will need to learn more about in the coming weeks.
I'll tell you guys what I've seen, and so a lot of it I saw actually, Kayla, in your reporting at The Intercept, and I've seen in a couple of other articles, and I'm connecting the dots here. Almost every race, crypto and AIPAC are in the same races. So if AIPAC's going in a certain direction, Democratic majority for Israel's going in a certain direction, so is crypto. So Fetterman's a great progressive, but he's very right wing on Israel. And then all of a sudden crypto shows up in his race on his side, even though he's really progressive on other issues. So that's what the kind of thing that makes me go, interesting, right? So we'll see how that goes. I mean, crypto's such a wild card. Anyways, one more thing I want to ask, Kayla. So in Washington, they always say supporting incumbents as if it's by definition a good thing. And then when challenged on it, normally they say, well, that's because we need their votes. But they backed Cuellar in Texas, and he votes against us on gun control, on women's rights, and the list goes on and on. So it's definitely not about the votes. So have they ever been challenged on, wait, supporting incumbents just means supporting the powerful? And why is that a Democratic or a left, even if you don't want to call it progressive, why is that a Democratic value to support the already powerful, even if they vote against us?
So Nancy Pelosi has been asked this question, especially in the context of Henry Cuellar, and her answer, the limits of her answer are that we back incumbents. Obviously, I think some of what we've tried to pull out the thread on this a little bit is just showing the inconsistency of that policy to sort of illuminate the underlying aims, which is what you're saying. And so, taking that example of the Bakari Sellers PAC, had that been a moderate incumbent who was getting attacked by, or saying that they're going to be having this millions of dollars spent against them, you would expect that Democratic leadership would be pretty explicit or quick in their response and their defense. We haven't seen that with Rep. Tlaib, and I mean Politico wrote about this spending a while ago. We sort of just wrote more about the source of the money that's going into this PAC. And so Democrats have had a long time to come out and defend Rashida Tlaib in that case, and they haven't for a lot of reasons, obviously, because they disagree with sort of the criticisms that she's leveled against the party. But no, that's not something that I don't, in my opinion and in my experience, that's not something that I think they really care about. I think they think those questions are sort of, they brush them off because they get to fall back on this excuse that they're doing whatever they can to protect the party because that's their job. And obviously, like, our job is to point out that they're still, even if they're doing that, they're not necessarily doing their job. So.
Well, your job is to do objective reporting on it. My job is to do analysis of it and commentary.
Right.
And so here's my analysis. Nancy Pelosi fought against an incumbent when it was Ed Markey, who's more progressive. And then she is leaving Rashida Tlaib with no defense at all when they're spending all this money against her, even though she's an incumbent. Gee, I wonder why. And of course, the reason she doesn't really respond is because the New York Times and Washington Post lie on her behalf. They pretend that it's really about incumbency, and they don't ever notice, oh, she's only targeting progressives. And then in fact, they'll call her progressive. So in my opinion, they totally and utterly lie and cover up the corruption of Democratic leadership. So she feels free to say anything she likes because it's not gonna be challenged other than by you, okay? And so on that note, last thing, did Bakari Sellers ever respond to that article?
No, but I thought, so many people tagged him into the replies when I shared the story. I thought maybe he would say something, but no, he has not responded.
You know what that means? Oh, look, my hand in the cookie jar. Okay, yeah, so he doesn't want to talk about that at all. And so just beware. Look, my note is beware of identity politics because corporate Democrats use it all the time. That other article you wrote, Akela, is in my opinion, you didn't say it, I'm saying it, is a perfect example of it. Oh, we are here to find a black candidate in Detroit. Even though the black voters voted for Rashida Tlaib already, but the voters are not black elites. You really need a black elite funded by Republicans and pro-Israel groups, but they are for black people.
And this is sort of, they also neglect to mention that Detroit also happens to have a large Arab American community, or whether that would be relevant at all. And then back to the other piece, this idea about protecting incumbents. Hakeem Jeffries challenged an incumbent, and that's how he was elected. And that's never, they never really address that when they're launching these groups or waging these battles. So yeah.
Awesome. Yep. All right. Obviously, as you can tell from this interview, you got to be reading Akela Lacey's articles on The Intercept. A really bright spot in coverage of politics. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Love real reporters. Can't get enough of it. So and isn't it sad state of American media that we're like, we found a real reporter, breaking news, someone who's actually covering politics for what's actually happening instead of the mythology. I can't get that article out of my head in the Washington Post, the one for why Manchin killed Build Back Better, because his feelings were hurt.
Oh my God.
And the donors never mentioned, not once. His coal company, the $5 million he made in the last 10 years, as we reported, never mentioned. Oh, no, it's the Biden people's fault. They wrote a memo that slightly hurt Manchin's feelings. That's why, I mean, mainstream media is such a joke. Just read The Intercept, you'll be 1,000 times better off. And The Lever, David Sirota's group, another, and by the way, TYT Investigates. And I'm super proud that that Jonathan Larson's piece about inflation and how it's actually the loophole in Dodd-Frank and Trump that caused it, now being acted upon by Ro Khanna and actually trying to fix it. Okay, we got to take another break. When we come back, really interesting interview with an old friend who was both a Justice Democrat and Brand New Congress, and she's now part of Brand New Congress. And Justice Democrats kind of came out of Brand New Congress, but here's a fun little trivia fact that no one outside of you guys would care about. I have never talked to anyone from Brand New Congress, which is really strange. So we're gonna fix that when we return.
Do all of you know the Young Turks?
An outlet like yourself that are willing to cover this story from the very beginning.
You have the Young Turks and a bunch of other progressive forces saying this is the time to fight for our values.
And I think right now there are a lot of progressive voters, many leftists who feel like they don't have a home.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
What we've done is sustainable, slow, healthy growth. And I think that's the way news should be, where you don't rely on sensationalist stuff. You don't lean on whatever's trendy in the news at any given moment. You just go with the truth.
You gave me a platform.
You've uplifted so many other progressive voices through this network, and you're constantly looking for people that you can amplify through the work we do, through the infrastructure that you built at TYT.
It takes those early people who believe that can really be the seeds of this movement, and that has been the Young Turks.
We're super serious about the news. We also managed to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We're not TYT, you're TYT.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Iadarola. This is gonna be a big one.
Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
Welcome to Indisputable. I'm your host, Dr. Rashad Richard. We got a lot happening today. But what do we do on this show? We tell the truth. You know why we tell the truth? Because the truth is simply indisputable.
Rashad, great to be here. Congratulations on the new show. And I gotta let everybody know that Rashad and I go way back.
Here's the pattern that we see in all of these Karen stories. They think they own stuff they do not own. Now, where does that come from? I don't know, maybe slavery. Maybe they think they should still own black people.
This is what happens when Karens weaponize the police.
When you're used to privilege, equality seems like oppression.
It hits you in a certain way when someone is holding you against your will, treating you like you're a criminal and you're an innocent person. This is something that black people face no matter where they are.
A stronger black economy lends itself to a stronger, greater economy. Don't think it's exclusive of you, it's inclusive of you.
What's your beef with critical race theory?
It adds more fuel to the fire of the racist tendencies that we already have.
We have a generation of problem solvers that can remedy the problem if they are properly taught what the problem is.
You know who created redlining in this country? The white liberal.
I don't give a damn who created it. If it's a racist policy, Shelley, here's what I don't know. I don't know. See, there you go filibustering, brother. You're scared of this truth, but you're gonna get it, though.
I'm back to gaslighting. Did you and I talk about gaslighting on Old School?
Probably.
That boss gaslit all his female employees. People who manipulate others like that make you feel like you're the weirdo. Why won't you punch yourself in the face? What is wrong with you? And you're like, oh my God, I feel so bad. Why didn't I just punch myself in the face and poke my eye out? I'm 47 and I just figured it out like earlier this year.
You figured out somebody was doing it to you, or that you were
that it
doing
was that it would have been happening my whole life and I didn't realize it.
Right.
Back on the Young Turks election coverage, Cenk Uygur, Francesca Fiorentini, and David Shuster from Rebel Headquarters joins us. David, great to see you here. Dave's got really important breaking news actually in a second. But before that, let's do goofy stuff, and then we'll bring on a guest. So first off, we're doing election coverage, and Maine is closed, South Carolina is closed. There just aren't any progressives there. So I'm going to tell you that Tim Scott has won his Republican primary bid in South Carolina, but he was unopposed. So enormously uninteresting, another Republican senator, and he'll go to the general election, obviously. But I wanted to report relevant election results for you guys. We did a poll on YouTube for who was funnier, me or Anna. And with over 5,000 votes now, it's a nail biter, 51-49. Here comes Casper. Okay, I had a 53-47 lead, and that was thousands of votes ago, and she's whittled it down to 51-49. And normally on election nights, it's the voting's already in. We're just reporting it in pieces, but not this one. The election continues in the YouTube community channel. Okay, so check that out. All right, now that we've done the fun stuff. David, you've actually got real breaking news.
Yeah, this involves Bernie Sanders, and for a couple of weeks now, Cenk, Bernie Sanders' staff has not been discouraging reporters to speculate about his chances or the possibility of him running in 2024. The Sanders staffers, like the senator himself, have always said we expect President Biden to run for re-election, and Senator Sanders is going to support him. However, over the weekend, there were a flurry of headlines, and there seems to be this whisper campaign that is growing into a yell among Democratic donors, Democratic activists who are fearful that Joe Biden is not the person to take the fight to Republicans in 2024. They're worried about his physical fragility. They're frightened by the drop in poll numbers that continues. As a result, Bernie Sanders staffers have been told to essentially have a contingency plan, and this has been approved by apparently Senator Sanders to have preliminary discussions about what a Sanders 2024 presidential campaign would look like in the primaries and in the general election. And again, these are the preliminary early sorts of talks that you have to have if you are in fact serious about running a presidential campaign, because these take a couple of years to put together. However, the fact that Bernie Sanders appears to have told his staff, go ahead and have these discussions, let's go ahead and have a plan in place. And this comes right after Fez Shakir, who was the campaign manager, said recently in an op-ed in the New Republic that he believes Bernie Sanders is the strongest politician the Democrats can put forward. So they're adding a little more meat to the bone in terms of having this plan, these early talks begin if, and it's a big if Joe Biden, for whatever reason, decides not to seek re-election.
So this is really big news, and this is new right now. So very interesting that you got these sources, David. And it's interesting on two fronts, because one, earlier, as you mentioned briefly, we covered on the Young Turks that Bernie said that he would not run if Biden runs again. But if Bernie's getting ready, that means a couple of things. If Biden doesn't run, it looks like it's increasingly more likely that Bernie Sanders will run, so that's interesting. But number two, it seems like maybe he doesn't quite believe him that Joe Biden's gonna run. Like Biden says he's gonna run, and Bernie says he believes him, but it appears they're not sure.
Well, a couple of things. I mean, there's been a louder voices among Democratic donors who are making suggestions to the Democratic governor of North Carolina and to Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren and to Cory Booker and certainly to Gavin Newsom, the Democratic governor of California. We do not have faith in Joe Biden. We want you to prepare a presidential bid on the chance that Joe Biden decides himself not to run. Bernie Sanders is hearing all of this as well. And I think it might be a little bit of envy that maybe Bernie Sanders wasn't part of the conversation. So it progressed from his aide saying, no, wait a second, don't forget about Bernie Sanders, to now actually Sanders encouraging his staff to start to put the pieces together. And again, Fez Shakir, despite what Bernie Sanders said to the Young Turks a while back, Fez said just a couple of weeks ago not to discount the possibility that nobody is saying Bernie Sanders now will not run. And now we have a little more sort of leaning towards, well, Bernie Sanders would like to run and feels that he's in good physical fitness, that his mind is agile. And one of the ways they're underscoring that, Cenk, you saw a couple of weeks ago, and we're gonna do a video on Rebel HQ on this, it's gonna come out tomorrow. They had Bernie Sanders throw out a first pitch at a minor league baseball game. He looked physically fit and strong for somebody who's 80 years old. Bernie Sanders is also engaged now in some very high profile public debates moderated by Fox News against Lindsey Graham. This is not by accident. The Sanders team says this is to try to show that Bernie Sanders is as mentally competent and feisty as ever, that he has not lost a step, and part of the effort for Bernie Sanders to start raising his profile at the same time that the prospects seem to be going up, perhaps for Joe Biden not to seek re-election.
That's really interesting. But can he really do man, woman, camera, person TV? Can he?
I mean,
is he up to that challenge?
It's a high bar.
Yeah.
Look, you know what? He clearly he likes to run. Clearly, Bernie Sanders, I think, a couple of things, and I had the opportunity to cover his campaign a little more sort of directly in 2016 than in 2020. But Bernie Sanders likes the politicking. He likes going out there and explaining Medicare for all and why there should be the minimum wage should be raised and why that Wall Street needs to be reined in. He really likes talking to people who don't necessarily believe him. He likes the politicking. He made an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press a couple of weeks ago that I was told was also part of this effort to raise his profile. So all of this at least suggests Bernie Sanders, I mean, look, we'll all have to decide, is Bernie Sanders the right leader for the progressive movement? Well, it seems like Bernie Sanders wants that to be decided perhaps in Democratic presidential primaries.
Yeah, I just want to say that of course they would never ask him to run. They want him to, they would rather 4 more years of Trump than Bernie Sanders. We were talking earlier about how young voters get blamed every time there's low voter turnout in whatever election. Let's remember that Sanders got more votes of people under the age of 35 than both Trump and Hillary combined. So after how many years of saying, no, we're gonna do everything we can to thwart the candidate that you want, the candidate that builds a future for you, of course people are gonna be disillusioned. So I just wanna say that, like, we were talking about how age is not determinative, that you can call it a gerontocracy, but you really should call it a corporatocracy. And when someone like Sanders speaks outside of that, it's gonna captivate people. I do think it is sad that the progressive movement doesn't have anyone other than Sanders truly who is in a position to run. I also know that Ari Rabin-Haft, who wrote a book, who was Sanders' former campaign manager, I don't think he would be involved in this new run, but it's very fascinating, and thanks for the reporting, David.
Yeah, and Francesca, there's one other aspect to this, and that is a number of Democrats are looking at a much shorter runway in terms of a presidential campaign liftoff because Joe Biden may wait until after the 2022 midterms. And typically, presidential campaigns, the donors, the infrastructure take 3 or 4 years to put together, and then the candidates formally declare for campaign finance disclosure reasons, right before the primaries or the summer before. So a number of Democratic donors and organizers are looking at, well, wait a second, if Joe Biden makes this runway much shorter for everybody else, who can raise a lot of money very quickly? And there seems to be an acknowledgement within the Sanders orbit that he's a guy who not only got more votes, he raised more money than any Democrat in the 2020 primaries. And there's a thinking among Bernie Sanders that movement is still intact for him, that it would be easier for him to fire up the movement, to raise the money, to be competitive in a shortened sort of presidential campaign than if, say, Joe Biden had said, a year ago that, hey, I'm only a one-term president, and let everybody else build up their organizations.
Yeah, last couple of things here, guys. First of all, get more details in David's video tomorrow at Rebel headquarters. Make sure you're checking that out. That part of the TYT network, obviously. And so now things are getting really interesting because you got the big Democratic donors pushing the Gavin Newsoms of the world to run. Obviously, they got no interest in Bernie Sanders, but he's apparently at least checking the troops. And Francesca, I wouldn't necessarily say there aren't other progressives that could challenge. I think that there might be, so we'll have to see. But if there's gonna be other progressives, they're gonna have to run more aggressive than Bernie Sanders. And that would be the one big difference, right? Presumably, because the one Achilles heel for Bernie Sanders, of course, is that he's very loath to criticize other Democrats, and it has hurt him substantially in the last two primaries. And so that'll be an interesting dynamic. But all to say, the game's afoot because everyone can see how weak Biden is. And when they likely lose these 22 elections, those whispers and now they're already getting louder, but they'll probably turn into screams after the elections. So we'll see how the elections go, but boy, things just got really interesting. Okay, all right, thank you, David. So I want to bring on our next guest. And again, guys, the minute where there's interesting election results, we'll give them to you. They're coming in a little bit, including the progressive we're going to talk about next. So joining us now is Adrienne Bell. She is from Brand New Congress. And you might remember Adrienne, she ran as a candidate endorsed by Brand New Congress and Just Democrats all the way back in 2018. She was one of the originals. And now she's backing candidates like Amy Vilela in Nevada, who she ran with. So Adrienne, great to have you back.
Great to be back. Thank you so much for having me on tonight. I'm excited because Amy's gonna win.
All right, I love it. So first of all, tell us a little bit about that race and why Brand New Congress got involved.
Well, as you mentioned, Amy was one of the original Brand New Congress candidates back in 2017 for the 2018 midterm. And we have been with Amy since day one. Amy is a true warrior. And when she says in her video that, we don't have time to be wasting and we deserve more and the status quo is not enough. Well, Amy speaks for a lot of us. I am in Texas, and a win for Amy in Nevada is also a win for us progressives in Texas, because Amy would represent all of us. And so we at Brand New Congress, we're so excited to be continuing to support Amy. Amy is my sister in politics, and I am just so excited that the night is here and we get to see Amy win.
From your mouth to God's ears. So a lot of money's been spent on this race. So it's clear that they view Amy to be a threat. If they didn't view her to be a threat, they wouldn't have brought in all the dark money guys, the Republicans, everybody else to pile on top of her. So who is on the other side? I mean, I don't mean just the incumbent or the person she's running against, but I mean, who are the PACs on the other side? Who are the bad guys here?
Well, we know that the elephant in the room for progressives this year has been dark money. It's been AIPAC, it's been DMFI, it's been the cryptocurrency billionaires, and they have spent millions and millions of dollars against our progressives. In North Carolina, they spent millions against Nita Lum and Erica Smith. They spent millions against Jessica Cisneros here in Texas. And in Nevada, with Opportunity for All, they had recently spent like $22,000 against Amy because they were supporting Amy's opponent. And so the millions of dollars that have been poured in by this dark money, it is going against our progressives and trying to stop the movement and trying to stop the message. And progressives have to do what we always do, and that's continue to fight and continue to push back.
So Adrienne, so when we last talked, I was on the board of Just Democrats and I had helped form that organization and they had endorsed you. But you guys all had started as Brand New Congress and now you're the executive director of Brand New Congress. So help the folks at home understand what's the difference between Brand New Congress and Just Democrats?
Well, we are both a part of the progressive movement. We're both organizations are movement leaders. And just like Democracy for America or working family parties or our revolution, we're all in this together as progressive organization to endorse and advocate for, help support, help elect progressives to represent us on the federal level. And so we are part of the movement and we're part of the conversation.
So I want to make sure that I'm updated on it, everybody's updated on it, because I remember way in the beginning, this is not today at all, right? But Cenk actually was one of the founders of Brand New Congress, and his vision was, let's run 435 candidates, just replace all of Congress, right? All of the House in particular. And that means running progressives in Republican primaries. So now that was, wow, 6 years ago now. So are you guys doing that at all anymore or no?
Well, the landscape has changed. Back in 2017, we were trying to get progressives to run. Fortunately, now progressives are running. So we've been running progressives in areas, and not necessarily just against Republicans, but in areas where we have good progressive candidates that are running, such as Charles Booker running in Kentucky. We have Angelica Duenas, who's moving on to the general in California 29. And so it's a good problem to have. We've got progressives running against progressives. And we now have the landscape where progressives are running, and we can branch out and not just focus on running against other Democrats or running against Republicans, but in getting together the best progressives that we can get so that we can move policy and have policy that really supports the American working people.
All right, sounds good. I want to open it up for David and Francesca too.
Well, Adrian, I guess my question is, I mean, we've seen, look, there's so many progressive issues that are out there. And I know, some progressive candidates have honed in on income inequality, others on raising the minimum wage. Is there a particular progressive policy that in your view has done better than others in terms of the campaign so far?
Wow. When we look at the progressive issues that we have been fighting for and continue to talk about, Medicare for all, for one, that just gets stalled, and also the Green New Deal that has not made much movement. We have a city today that has over 100,000 residents without water. And for a city to be without water, because in a time when we have heat waves that are happening all due to climate change, I don't know that we have any policy that has really made much movement. The Build Back Better America bill got changed so much from its original status that it just hasn't made the impact that we needed to build our infrastructure, to make sure that we have those good paying jobs, that we end student loan debt. There's just so many policies that need to be changed, and we got so many people in Congress who are doing nothing about it. That's why we need a Charles Booker on the Senate, because we need new senators who really have life experiences that will make an impact and make a difference.
It's interesting that you say Medicare for all, because Francesca, we've seen the polling that actually cuts through, never mind Democratic voters, progressive voters, but actually Republican voters when it's explained what it is. Has huge appeal and a huge crossover appeal.
Yeah, and especially Amy Villaela's personal story, I think, and the fact that she's been in the public eye for so long, for a while now, and given since she ran before until now, we had a pandemic, and if we had universal health care, so many lives would have been saved. So I think, and I'm hoping for these results. But I just wanted to ask you maybe more about Tyt'S and what her record has been and how she's going after attacking Amy.
Well, our position in supporting our candidates, we support our candidates. And our conversation is all about Amy. It's all about what Amy's going to do. Amy has the lived experience of having a daughter pass away because of lack of health insurance or the need for Medicare for all. So when you go through those type of experiences, your pain can become deliverance for someone else. And so our position is not to talk about the person that Amy is going to be, but it's to talk about Amy and to talk about the dark money that's being poured into races that are not necessarily saying, hey, don't vote for this person, but trying to make our people look like they're not even good Democrats, and they're not anyone that someone wants to support. And so my conversation will always be for our candidates, because that's who we talk about, Amy Vilela.
All right, last question, Adrian, real quick. So you mentioned Charles Booker a couple of times. He had that really gutsy ad, the noose ad. What was your thoughts on that?
I thought that was powerful, to actually film a video where I'm a Black woman, and to put a noose around my neck. I just cannot imagine. That brought chills to me, that he would actually produce something so powerful, because it touches you in an intimate way of just imagining my ancestors, nooses were hung around their neck. And just to think about that experience that they went through, and he put that before us in such a raw way. I think it just endeared me more to Charles Booker and what he's gonna do for America when he joins the Senate. All
right, Adrian Bell, we used to call her the Liberty Bell when she was running for Congress. So Liberty Bell, it's great to have you back. And thank you for your efforts in supporting Amy and the other candidates that brand new Congress is pushing forward, all progressives. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your 20-year anniversary as well.
Thank you so much, Adrian, appreciate it. All right, guys, so I double checked, there really aren't much results, but Nevada is gonna close in about 30 minutes, and then we'll start to have results from the Amy's race. Is Surrender to the Flow wrote in on Twitch, Amy and Ozzy eagerly awaiting our results in Vegas. Yay, 12 months on Twitch, 7 years a TYT member. Thank you, appreciate it. While I'm on it, Dexelson wrote in, been watching TYT since 2008 election. That's a lot of elections. And funded the Indiegogo years ago. Glad to be part of the fam here too. That's amazing. Thank you. So for all the members and everybody who ever gave to any of those campaigns to build this studio, to hire our investigative reporters. Now Rogue Khan is taking action based on our reporting and maybe pushing legislation forward, et cetera. Thank you to all of you guys. You're amazing, great to have you with us. And we got a new one, Kyle Paris just joined on YouTube by hitting the join button below, we appreciate that. And then of course, the election everybody cares about. Naughtius Maximus writes in the members section, the best comedian competition is starting to shape up like the Anna and Cenk track race. Ooh. Any mention of the track race, of course, is going to be problematic for Anna. But meanwhile, this is a different track race. Now 6,000 votes in the YouTube community channel, and still 51-49, so close. I've got a 2-point lead, and Team Cenk, did I just say Cenk for my own name?
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
What am I, Joe Manchin? Hey, Jenks, Team Jenks.
Been hanging out with Rudy Giuliani the last couple of nights?
No, I have not. I don't want to start any rumors. Anyway, Team Cenk, hang in there, okay? Look, guys, honestly, I have no idea if Amy's gonna win. We've had her on here, huge ally, couldn't be rooting for her more. The story of how her daughter passed away because the hospital wouldn't treat her because they couldn't get her insurance papers, and then she died. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. And David and Francesca, this goes to the mythology of the rest of the media, that they constantly talk about the elections like it's a battle of ideas. But in reality, the voters are never in the same room with the two candidates and hearing out their ideas and then using Socratic method and testing them and then making the decision. It's really about who reaches the voters with the money. So, and the media. So the reason why I have hope here is because Cori Bush won in a very similar circumstance, was also in Knock Down the House, the same movie that AOC was in about these 4 women who were challenging the system. But yet her opponent, of course, has way more money. In a race like this, is there any way of knowing who's gonna win?
Wow.
No, but I will say, hang on. I think Nevada is really interesting, right? Nevada being the swing state, Nevada Democratic primary going to Bernie Sanders. Nevada Latino voters. And the reason, and I've spoken to Chuck Rocha about the Latino vote, which is so important in Nevada. And I think progressives sometimes and leftists were like, oh, it's because they love Medicare for all. And it's like, yes, but also they did the work. Chuck Rocha, others in working on the Sanders campaign, they did the damn work. They built name recognition in the Latino community for Bernie Sanders. Same with Amy, right? It's like, who is doing that grassroots work? And like I said, she's been around for a while. And I do think that since she last ran and since we've had the pandemic, and not only that, but Nevada specifically and the workers in Nevada really understand what it's like when you can't work. When all these giant hotels and all these giant casinos, which by the way, have pretty strong labor laws. Why? Because they're in such close proximity to one another. The labor movement inside those casinos and hotels is very, very, very strong. They have a different kind of politics when it comes to like essential workers, valuing their labor. And so I feel like the case is only being, I feel like the pandemic will only shift Nevada and has only shifted Nevada, I don't know, farther to the left. We'll see. Apparently there was redistricting that happened that sort of throws a few things in the balance, a few seats that maybe were more securely blue may not go that way ultimately in November. But I don't know. I'm very curious, and I continue to have hope.
Well, I agree with you, Francesca. I do think Nevada is moving farther and farther to the left. Cenk, to your point about predicting some of these races. I mean, it used to be what 10, 12 years ago that the candidate that raised the most amount of money, you were pretty sure where they're probably the front runner. They're going to do well. Now it's not just about raising a lot of money, but it's also about having spending it the right way. We've seen in race after race where candidates have raised a lot of money, but maybe they don't do the right kind of targeted internet advertising. And nobody's really certain about, is the internet advertising what is breaking through, whether it's Facebook or YouTube or whatever it is, or is it the traditional yard signs and going door to door? I think a lot of organizers, a lot of campaign staff will tell you that we're sort of in the Wild West in terms of nobody really knows for sure which one of these strategies is working, but they do know that if you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you can't cover all the bases. And you're putting all your bets, you're putting all your chips, to use a Las Vegas analogy, on one play, and that's not the smart political move these days.
Yeah, I can talk more about that as we go on, because I've got the examples of Nina's race, my race, many other races that we've been involved in. But it's a matter of how they're using the media to get to the voters. And because of wild cards like the movie, and because of wild cards also like the shifting demographics in Nevada, and Nevada Democratic Party becoming more progressive like Oregon was, it just becomes near impossible to predict. To David's point, I forget, and this is in my book, so it's funny that I forgot it, but forget if it was 2012 or 2016, but at a relatively recent time, 97% of the people who had more money won the elections. 97%. Now, because I would argue partly because of Just Democrats, etc., last cycle we brought that down to 87%. But still, it's 87%. But 10 points is a lot of movement in a short period of time. But that's where we are today. And like I said, the polls are going to close in half an hour in Nevada, and then we're going to begin to find out. We're going to take another quick break here. By the way, BPW, thank you for joining. We appreciate it. They hit the join button below on YouTube. You can as well. And come join the family that the viewers were talking about, and help us bring together this coverage and strong, independent, truthful reporting. We appreciate it. I think you guys are heroes for doing that. And of course, tyt.com/join for everyone else. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I'm wearing one of our pieces of merchandise. So the funny thing about the Dragon Squad, and that's what our viewers call themselves. That's the name of the group, but every individual chooses their own name. You might have Cincinnati Dragon, you might have Harry Potter dragon. We have a Grandma Sunshine dragon is one of those that I remember. These are people that like to have an element of themselves, their lives, what's significant to them reflected as a part of the community. But the concept of the Dragon Squad is just something I threw away as a joke. I was mocking the Proud Boys, these like right-wing groups that come up with a name for themselves that they think is cool, but it's actually really lame. And I thought, off the top of my head, I can come up with something that's still kind of lame, but much cooler. And so I threw out Dragon Squad, and I just moved on with my life. But everybody liked it, and so they kept it going, and so we've embraced it. And I think again, this was during the period of the pandemic. I think it was sort of nice to have a renewed sense of community, a feeling that you're a part of something when everything seems so chaotic. And as a result of that, we've got independent artists online streaming, making beautiful digital art of dragons. We've got, we've released a number of pieces of merchandise that people love sending us photos of them. And then, by the way, for me personally, people send me, like you can probably see in the background, like a knitted dragon someone sent me. There's a dragon book they sent me, dragon board games they send me. People have done like custom ironworks, making dragon bottle openers. Like the fans are super invested in diamond art and things like that. And so it's great that they send this stuff. Sometime we're gonna have to set up a wall of all of it. But yeah, it's definitely brought the community a lot closer together. The fact that we were no longer in this big studio, I felt a lot more personally attached to people. It felt very immediate. And I know that I personally needed the connection.
Did you know that more than 20% of the world's oxygen comes from the Amazon? Why? Because of trees. I know what you're thinking. Of course. So what do we want to do? We want to plant more trees so we can save the climate. It's quite literal. So that's what leads to our new partner, Plant Your Change. Love it. It's so easy. What they do is you take the credit or debit cards you already have and you plug it into the system. And if you so choose, you get to round up every purchase to the nearest dollar and they plant a tree for you, okay? Now you could also choose if you wanna do it on only certain kinds of purchases or only so often, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But literally every cent makes a difference here. It's Plant Your Change. And if you wanna know more information, just go to tyt.com/trees. Let's go save the planet together.
Now, top. No. No. No.
Today, a terrible day for the internet, a terrible day for America. The internet as we know it is not going to exist anymore.
A real dark day for information and yet another way that they're bleeding out the democracy.
We're now going to have these gatekeepers of information deciding what we can and can't see, and that's what scares me the most.
Whether you're conservative or progressive or anywhere in the middle, this is the one thing we should all agree to. Protect the internet, because the establishment is coming for it. Don't let them destroy the internet.
Okay, welcome back to the coverage, everyone. I'm John Iadarola, still on with Francesca Fiorentini and David Shuster. How's it going? How are your spirits on election night?
I just took my glasses off. I was just dabbling with something else here. It's good to see you, John. Welcome to the show. Good to have you. I know you've been doing stuff all night. It's good I'm glad to be part of it with you and Francesca, and welcome.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Francesca, how are you doing?
We were talking about Bernie. I'm good. We're talking about Bernie, and now I'm trying to get my friends to be his campaign manager.
So I got a heads up about that as I was doing my break, and I was pretty surprised by that actually. Hopefully a little bit later on the coverage we can return to that because I definitely have thoughts. But we're lucky to have a guest who's going to be joining us in this segment. So please welcome to the show, the Guardian's DC bureau chief, David Smith. Welcome to our coverage.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good to have you here. So we want to talk a little bit about the midterms and certainly upcoming races. We've got a few that we're focusing on tonight. Are there any that stand out to you that you think that we can draw lessons from how the rest of this midterm cycle might go by watching a few key races tonight?
One that just caught my eye quite early on was this South Carolina House race on the Republican side, where Nancy Mace is the incumbent, facing a Trump-backed challenger. And Nancy Mace, despite not getting Trump's endorsement, is still very loyal to him. And on the day she didn't get endorsed by him, made a video outside Trump Tower, still expressing fealty to him. Last I saw, she was actually winning that race, but I think the count is far from over. That'll be a test of something I've been following so far in Georgia and Idaho and other places in terms of how much weight does Trump's endorsement still carry, or is it more important that you're still a Trumpist candidate? So that's of interest, I think, and obviously some other intriguing races going on elsewhere.
I definitely want to ask you about that particular race, and I want to update the audience and let them know that we're at 35% reporting in that race, and it is an 8-point gap with Nancy Mace up 53-45. So it has been narrowing a little bit as the count has been going up. I don't know how confident she should feel at this point. She's still up 8 points. You could be in a worse position. And so to focus on this race for just a second, she is, as you identified, in a weird position in that she has earned the scorn of Donald Trump. Although by barely criticizing him just a little bit. She wasn't one of the Republicans that voted for impeachment. She debased herself trying to get his favor again later on in the cycle. Do you think the fact that she didn't vote to impeach him, that might, if we are to assume that Trump's endorsement is incredibly important in this race, and there's some historic precedent, some reason to believe that perhaps the fact that she continued to try to appeal to him might placate some of the Trump base in her district?
Yes, I think that was certainly her strategy, and if she wins, that will appear to have been vindicated. And this seems to be a familiar pattern now that even the candidates who are not endorsed by Trump and go on to win these primaries, that they're very Trumpian in their rhetoric and their policies. I think of another example. I went to Idaho a month or two ago, where the governor, Brad Little, he actually went to Mar-a-Lago seeking Trump's endorsement. He did not get it. Trump backed someone else, the lieutenant governor, and Brad Little went on to win that race. But shifting right on issues such as abortion and transgender rights and so on. So I think, as we're seeing in Alabama as well with Mo Brooks in the Senate race, the key for many of these Republican candidates seem to be, even if you don't get the endorsement, don't upset Trump, don't rile his base, don't alienate his core supporters. And I think that points to a wider pattern really that we've seen going back to Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, of trying to thread this needle where you keep Trump at arm's length, either by choice or because Trump doesn't endorse you, but you make sure that you stay in touch with his base, that you strike those notes. And really, I think we're only going to see a significant shift in the Republican Party when there's an avowedly, overtly anti-Trump candidate who says, I repudiate everything Trump stands for. I think it was a disgrace for January the 6th. I think he should be banished. If a candidate like runs and wins, then it's time to say, finally, the Republican Party, the fever is breaking.
Can we say that if Tom Rice, and he's another Republican in South Carolina, he was one of the 10 Republicans who voted for impeachment, and it seems like amidst his primary challenge from, I believe, a state senator who's been hammering him for it, that he's been leaning into the criticism and saying, no, I had the right vote. Do we have any results? I wonder about that, or how Tom Rice was thought that he was doing going into tonight.
Yeah, I've noticed one or two articles directly drawing that contrast between Mace and Rice as the two approaches here, and certainly as you've been saying, it appears that it might be working for Mace. It'll be fascinating to see what happens to Rice in this context. I think for someone to vote for Trump's impeachment, to remain somewhat critical of him, and then to go on to win, that would feel significant. I would also say incumbency, the dynamics of one particular district mean there's some caveats and qualifications there. We certainly shouldn't declare unilaterally because Rice won a seat, sort of Trump is finished. But it would be more incremental evidence chipping away at Trump's dominance of the Republican Party. I was talking to an expert yesterday who said, Trump no longer controls the Republican Party, but he is still definitely the dominant voice, and all of this obviously leads to 2024, and whether we'll see many challenges against him.
Right. I mean, I just think that I appreciate your analysis, because I do feel like a lot of media outlets really have a predetermined narrative. Trump is the kingmaker. Everyone he chooses, will win. And then when it doesn't bear out, like in Georgia, that narrative doesn't really change. Now we're still waiting to see if he's the kingmaker. And I think what you're basically saying is it doesn't matter, because they're all kind of voting. They are all voting in the same direction. Sure, one would probably do the coup a little differently, but only a little differently, right? I mean, they're all going to support him if he runs for president. They're all going to support voter suppression laws. They're all doing the voter suppression laws actively. So they're all going to make Trumpism and the likelihood of another Trump even easier. So again, this bizarre, how relevant, how irrelevant. He's just as irrelevant as he's always been. He's always been this Trojan horse for the Republican Party and their goals. He's always been this useful idiot, but then he's also been somewhat of a leader in other ways. So
yes, one former congressman I spoke to said, Trump is an idiot and he doesn't really know what he's doing with these primary endorsements. It's usual Trumpist stuff, scattergun, impulsive, doesn't really think strategy. And many of his voters know that. And when I went to Georgia, many of them were quite comfortable with the supposed contradiction of, I'm going to defy Trump in this midterm endorsement, but I still love Trump and I would still vote for him in a presidential election. The fundamental truth here is that he has reshaped the Republican Party, sort of shifted it to this nationalist populist ideology, and frankly tapped into ideologies there, streams there that predated him, that have been in Republican politics from the 60s onward. He rode that tiger for a while with his presidential candidacy and then in the White House, but it will exist after him as well. And has also been widely noted, yes, he could be paving the way for someone like Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, who is very Trumpian, strikes all those nationalist populist notes, bashes transgender issues, education, crime, race, and so on, but maybe much more ruthless and much more efficient and organized than Trump. Could actually get stuff done, and therefore, if you're a liberal, may actually be far more dangerous than Trump.
Yeah, right. I wanted to give people an update on one of the races that was mentioned earlier. We were talking about the 7th congressional district of South Carolina, and as of right now, with 68% reporting, Tom Rice is down 25 points. So it's
I guess
great.
Maybe we have an answer then in terms of the Mace strategy versus the Rice strategy, and I mean, I think obviously in the next few months, it's also going to be fascinating in the light of recent events to watch Liz Cheney, Republican congresswoman in Wyoming. She's emerged as a prosecutorial star in some ways of these January the 6th hearings. I mean, that's a that's a weird thing for liberals to watch in terms of, is she a heroine to the cause, even though she's an extremely conservative person on many issues. But certainly the latest opinion polls in Wyoming suggest that she too is going to be punished for defying Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Well, John, I mean, great. Look, a great update there. I mean, if Tom Rice was 65% of the vote, is down by 25 points, I think you can pretty much write him off. And again, that is another notch for Donald Trump, who had said he was going to go after each of these 10 Republicans who voted for his impeachment. Some of them, like Adam Kinzinger, decided just not to run for re-election. And then you had folks like Tom Rice, who sort of wore it as a badge of honor that he voted to impeach Donald Trump and continued the criticism of Donald Trump. But I guess at least in this particular district in South Carolina, and to your point, there may be all sorts of local political issues that don't have anything to do with Donald Trump that may be at play here with Tom Price. But clearly, Donald Trump is going to take some credit and say, see, you should never have voted to impeach me. You should have apologized. You should have been nicer to me over the last couple of months. And that will strike some fear into a lot of other Republicans.
You should have done more selfies outside of Trump Tower and more TikToks.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? So my cynical view would be maybe reflected in one of your earlier comments that it is both scattershot and it is entirely substance free. His endorsements. He likes someone and then he doesn't, and it's like just pure ego. Is that fair to say, or is there areas where it appears that, if we're being objective, there are candidates who have supported certain policies that he will not support if they have a position on X, whether it's, yeah, I was gonna say reproductive rights, but I don't know. There's only so much diversity we get in any of these candidates on the Republican side. Is there anything substantive to it, or is it as purely based on personality as I might be inclined to believe?
I think it's based on personality, and Exhibit A would be the Senate race in Pennsylvania, where Trump endorsed Dr. Oz, and as far as I can tell, that was based purely on him being a TV star and personality. And I think at a rally, Trump even said, Dr. Oz gets high ratings, and ratings is as important as political popularity, or worse to that effect. So even though,
funny, and I thought actually living in the state where you're running for Senate was more important than being popular on TV. But what do I know?
Yeah. I think that would certainly not register with Trump. And yet again, of course, you had candidates up against Dr. Oz, who were in some cases even more extremely right-wing, even more Trumpian, if you like. But Oz kind of squeaked through. And having reported on Trump now for nearly 7 years, having been at the White House for many of those press conferences with Trump and sort of lived through that presidency, I mean, I feel like that there is no strategy, there is no chess player there. It's all impulsive, on the fly, no thinking through consequences. And yes, very much. But I mean, one of his favorite phrases is, you are from central casting. This military general is from central casting. This person looks the part. So I think, it's a very superficial set of qualities in terms of are they a TV celebrity? Do they look tough if they're a military general? I mean, it's the more I talk, the more depressed I get even thinking about it. But to answer your question, I think very little of it, and I'm desperately trying to think of some examples, but very little of it seems based on policy. I mean, obviously with Trump, what are the policies you think, sort of committing to building the wall, resuming building the wall must be key. I mean, all the people he endorses seem to sign up to that, I suppose. But again, to get to that other point, even Liz Cheney, arguably now the arch critic of Trump in the nation on the Republican side, she voted, I think, more than 90% usually in the same way that the Trump White House wanted. Even many of and she's certainly a supporter of some of the voting restrictions that many states are passing. So the Republicans feel fairly ideologically homogenous and in that sort of Trumpian strain, which is why, again, I think, if you see DeSantis run, I get a strong impression that Mike Pence is going to run. I mean, I notice he's off to Ohio soon. Then it will all be on a America First or Make America Great Again agenda, I think.
Yeah, I want to ask you, so we've been talking about his ability to get the candidate he wants, and there's somewhat of a mixed record on that, but he's generally been doing pretty well. But I'm wondering about some of the tests of, so what happens when they're the candidate, obviously. So some people on the Democratic side seem to think that Dr. Oz winning, actually not necessarily a bad idea, might be a little bit easier to defeat him. What about one of the most extreme candidates that he's supported? I mean, Herschel Walker, like every single day, there's another insane story. I just read that he apparently has a child that he had to be taken to court to give child support for after years of ranting about fatherlessness and all of that. So Trump got the candidate he wanted. Herschel Walker is going to be the nominee, and the polls I've seen, he's generally been leading. What do you think about that after a few more months of campaigning and news breaking?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fascinating race against Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock. I was in Georgia a few weeks ago, reporting on this, writing about this, talking to people about Herschel Walker, and the first most striking thing was how many people said Americans outside Georgia just don't get it in terms of how big Herschel Walker is here. He's a megastar, he's a celebrity, he's a god, basically because college football is massive here. He was the hero of a Georgia student team in 1980, I think it was, when they won the trophy. He was, a superstar, greatest player in that university's history. Obviously went on to a great professional career. So increasingly, I got the impression that actually, in this instance, it was not Trump backing Walker. It was actually sort of Walker backing Trump in a way, that Walker won the Republican nomination easily. And it was not unique in being a case where Trump realized, well, I might as well endorse the guy who's going to win. It's going to improve my win-loss record. And there were little moments on the campaign where Walker slightly distanced himself from Trump, saying things like, I don't dance for anybody, or worse, that effects, and slightly.
Can I ask you? The conversations that you have with the voters about him being such a big name, that's what I've heard throughout. Did you point out to any of the voters that there's theoretically a difference between playing football and being a senator, that those are not necessarily 100% overlapping skill sets, particularly for a person who seems to be having, I'm just gonna say, issues with basic cognition and honesty?
I did ask about that, and the most frequent answer was, we're sick of politicians. We actually want outsiders who are not immersed in politics. And interestingly, by coincidence, I mean, just literally last night, I saw Raphael Warnock on the Democratic side giving an interview where he said, I hope I never become a politician. I want to remain a pastor. So I think, as we've seen with the rise of Trump in 2015-16, there is still that appetite out there for the non-politician who's going to talk like an everyday person and shake up Washington, or as Trump put it, drain the swamp. So I think Walker will try and tap into that. But I mean, as you say, he's obviously come out with some absolutely bonkers statements and ideas, just absolutely bizarre. I mean, I remember the one about questioning evolution and how can we all come to apes on. I mean, there's a lot of craziness. And so you did hear, I mean, I had people in Georgia saying, when there's a debate, and remembering, of course, that Herschel Walker skipped all the Republican primary debates, when he has to go up against Raphael Warnock, who preaches from Martin Luther King's pulpit in Atlanta, then obviously, Warnock will completely run rings around him. Walker will be absolutely hopeless against Walker.
But that's among the people who actually watch the debate. I would venture to bet, to your earlier point about just how important football is in the South, and particularly Georgia's 1980 national championship team. I have a feeling that more people will say, but wait a second, Herschel Walker won a Heisman Trophy and a national championship, therefore I'm voting for him. And these will be people who don't watch the debate at all. And so to me, it's sort of, I'd be curious your thoughts about, how much has Herschel Walker been able to draw new voters into the Republican primaries? And is that, I suppose, the play in the general election, that somehow there'll be a lot of people who generally don't participate in politics who say, oh yeah, kind of like Trump, well, here's this new guy and he doesn't fit to the same sort of mold and he's a hero to us, therefore we're gonna go out and actually vote for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of that holds, and there's certainly a question mark over how much impact debates have anyway, as we saw with Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton, for example. There's also the point that Walker has managed to weld together now a sort of Republican coalition behind him. From what I read, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, certainly had doubts over Herschel Walker for all the reasons you're saying. His lack of expertise, his jumbled statements, and so on. But now McConnell is apparently on board. Perhaps he reckons that this celebrity will carry him over the line. And obviously the bottom line is, and so I got the impression in Georgia that actually all of this will be subject to the prevailing national winds. And yes, Warnock's record is important, and yes, Herschel Walker's celebrity is important, but actually in such a delicate battleground state such as Georgia, the assumed backlash against Joe Biden and the Democrats is going to be very significant and going to really energize Republican voters and depress Democratic voters. And when I was out there talking to voters, unprompted by me, some of them would complain about gas prices and how it was hurting their business and so on. I mean, that was the big issue on people's minds. I suspect will be more than the January 6 hearings. And so it's going to be very, very difficult, I think, for Raphael Warnock in the Senate race or Stacey Abrams in the governor's race to defy those prevailing trends.
I mean,
I was going to say, John and Francesca, those trends certainly then help also explain the rash of stories of the last couple of days in particular about Joe Biden and Democrats freaking out and looking for an alternative.
Yeah, and the fact that we started this entire coverage talking about how even like centrist Democrats are worried, and it's like, because Biden hasn't delivered anything in a very long time, and Democrats, whether they be progressive or whether they be have super PAC money, whatever of any stripe, are like, give us something, man, like give us something on a federal level now in the year 2022. And we're kind of waiting, right? Aren't we still like, is there gonna be like an August student debt cancellation?
They keep delaying it.
I wanted to ask really quickly, because I think that Liz Cheney thing is really fascinating. And if you're saying that the poll numbers in Wyoming are not looking good for her, I'm still curious, who is all this for when it comes to, is it like between Cheney and God? Like what, like even Pelosi, but even like folks like myself, I've always said, I have been saying, like, I wish the Republican Party weren't so nuts. Like, and it'd be so silly for me to say, nah, they're all gonna be nuts and and I hate that narrative as well, because it seems so fatalistic and dangerous. They're all sort of, yes, Christian nationalist populists, faux populists, and that there's nothing more we can do. But what are you seeing sort of across the board in the Republican Party? Is there going to be a moderate new resurgence, or is that dead? And is there a suppression of Republican voters because voters aren't seeing anyone who, speaks to them?
Yeah, I did read a column recently that suggested maybe Liz Cheney is making a bet that the Republican Party will eventually regain its senses, and she'll be able to say, look, we didn't all lose our marbles, and she'd be in a good position as a leader then. But that seems a very long bet right now, because what we've seen the last 5 or 10 years is the Republican Party really veer outside the Democratic mainstream and just embrace all this extremist ideology, and there does not appear to be an end in sight. As I was saying, it feels the Trumpist party, even if Donald Trump retired tomorrow, his apparent successors seem to be pushing that. I don't see much sign of moderation. It's hard to find evidence for it. You're always sort of hoping for some sort of shift back to normal, but in the ecosystem of Fox News being a very dominant player, of the social media echo chambers, the breakdown of local and regional newspapers seem to be a lot of ingredients. Yes. And by the way, talking on a primary night, I mean just the primary election system, what we've seen over and over again with the Republicans especially, is that primary elections seem to reward the person who shouts the loudest, who's the most extreme. So just taking a look at Republican primary ads where so many of them are walking around, flaunting guns, sort of firing weapons, just sort of boasting about how right-wing they are. And I mean, one final example to all of that I mentioned, I traveled to Idaho. I mean, there the political battle is just basically between the far right and the even farther right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe there's one race where it's just actually two AR-15s opposing each other, and I'm not sure which one. One has a bigger magazine. I think that one's likely to win, actually.
One is camo print.
Oh, I do like that one. I do like that one. Anyway, unfortunately, we're gonna have to end on that note. David Smith is the Guardian's DC bureau chief. David, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And unfortunately, that's all the time I believe we have with you, Francesca.
Yes.
Well, I want to thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you here, especially so soon off your honeymoon.
Oh yeah, it's a whole other story. Thank you so much.
Before Francesca goes, can I sort of ask her one question? Because Cenk pointed it on Twitter. There's a group called the American Muckrakers PAC, which has put out a press release about Lauren Boebert, claiming that she once worked as not once, but that she worked as an escort just 3 years ago and had 2 abortions. This is again the American Muckrakers PAC, if that's a true thing, has put this out, and the internet is going wild over this. We don't know if this story is true, but Francesca, I mean, just based on, if it were to be true that somebody, let's take Lauren Boebert out of the equation. If it is true that somebody who is so fiercely pro-life and pro-family, as Lauren Boebert has claimed, if somebody like that turns out has had this in their past, do you think it matters?
I mean, for me, it makes me respect her a little bit more, actually. Like, okay, 2 abortions, I see that. I'm just kidding. But really, it's like when Madison Cawthorn, I can say that I'm a pregnant lady. It's like when Madison Cawthorn was like dressing in drag. I was like, okay, respect. But no, of course, this is the same PAC that took him down. So this is very interesting, right? We're just talking about national Republican politics, and it seems the only way you can be tanked is if you go against the rest. Yeah. And so I don't know. I don't know what she did, who she fingered, what happened, and why Ted Cruz gave her a bunch of money. But I'm very, very curious. But thank you for asking my opinion as a woman.
I couldn't resist.
Exactly. Well, I am sure we'll have more to say on that. We do have to go to a break though. Well, we'll be back with David and Cenk as well in just a sec.
The concept of the Young Turks means the audience. They are the Young Turks. They are the go-getters. They are the ones making the emphatic change happen in their local community. The reality is that we've always, young and the not so young, we've always cared about news. But when you do not see the messengers of the news look like you, when they do not share your experiences, exposures, and environment, and there's a disconnect between you and the news. I lecture in mass communications. One thing I tell all of my students, there is no such thing as non-biased news. It never has been. Non-biased news has always been an illusion. Let's go back to the 60s and 70s, where people would say that was the purity of non-biased news. News has a segment. That segment has a time. That time, you must do your story and be finished. That means the producer, the writer, the orator has to take out what they don't think is important and only leave in what they believe is important. They have a limited time to tell the story. They do not have time to tell everybody's version or everybody's side. And they get to choose the facts that they bring to you, as well as the nuance, which really is a word for opinion, that they bring to you, the context they bring to you. So we've always had a level of bias in news. Here's the issue. The issue is to not deceive individuals as if you don't have some level of opinion with your news commentary. And that's what TYT has never done. They've always been authentic in their approach to progressive ideology and their news analysis and political breakdown. And I think that's how you actually win the heart and soul of individuals who are consuming information from you, because now they see themselves in you.
This is where it all began for many elected progressive leaders. The Young Turks was one of the few media outlets to cover the races of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, and many, many more. We know a great majority of the country is actually progressive, and TYT is here to amplify these issues so that we can have better policies that a majority of the country actually supports. We want to drive positive change, and then we've been doing that for 20 years here. That's why we're launching Canvas 2022, a campaign to get out the vote and amplify progressive candidates, the progressive agenda, and their primary races. The midterm elections are fast approaching, and we know mainstream media won't cover progressive voices, but because the TYT audience is too strong, we can make a difference in the midterm elections to help progressives get elected and make sure our priorities are heard. Support our mission to drive positive change. Visit tyt.com/canvas2022.
There is so much heinous news out there. That's why we've got to laugh, not to cry. So join me, Francesca Fiorentini, and some of my progressive friends, comedians, actors, experts, and activists, as we deliver an hour of laughter and analysis every week on my podcast, The Bitchuation Room. The Bitchuation Room is an invitation for all of us to take ourselves a little bit less seriously while still giving you some concrete ideas for action. New episodes are available every single week. So join the Frantifa and listen to The Bitchuation Room on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your TYT network podcasts. And make sure to subscribe and give the show 5 stars, because I like stars.
TYT election coverage. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, David Shuster with you guys. So I didn't get to say bye to Francesca, who was on earlier, but make sure you're checking out her podcast. And that's the one podcast that's in our podcasting network that is not a video show. So check out all of our podcasts, including Damage Report, which is of course John's show. But Bitchuation Room with Francesca Fiorentini. And of course, tomorrow you're checking out Rebel Headquarters for David's breaking story about how Bernie Sanders, it appears, is gearing up to run again. And that's if Biden does not run. So good to have all of you back with us. Nevada polls have closed. We will give you information on that as soon as we have it. We have a couple of other updates for you guys from tonight. First, I want to thank Candy Apple and Sion Hafoka. They just joined by hitting the join button below. We appreciate it. And you can do likewise, of course. By the way, if you don't know already, we give away $200 gift cards every week, including $100, for a $100 gift card. I just ate, I should be okay. Normally this is what happens when I'm hungry. Anyways, yes, you can win a $100 gift card to Blue Apron. It's real, it's a true gift card. You don't have to put your credit card information in. And 200 people win every week, but you gotta be a member. tyt.com/join, or if you're on YouTube, the join button's right below, as those wonderful Americans just did. Speaking of YouTube, I'm just gonna read one super chat. Benjamin GL, he's been very generous throughout the night. And then, and you'll see a little bit why here in this comment, and I like the attitude. He says, in 2026, I'm gonna run as a progressive in Florida's 27th district. I already like it because 1, you're running as a progressive, and 2, you're planning ahead. He continues, I'll be 26 and I've been planning for years, look at that. I expect to lose, don't do that, expect to win. But that won't stop me from going 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I love that attitude, good persistence. I'm in a unique position of a wealthy progressive and I plan to use it. Well, good for you, Benjamin, that's awesome. And thank you for supporting us through the super chats and everything else. And before we go to the real elections, I know what you guys are thinking. Hey, Cenk, where's that the election we care most about tonight? Between you and Anna and the YouTube community poll, who is funnier, Anna or Cenk? Still 51-49, but who's leading now? I don't know, because there's a lot more votes. Now all of a sudden the votes are up to 7,700 people are voting. A lot of folks voting. And all of a sudden 51-49, no, still me, but man, it's razor close. It's been between 53-47, 51-49 the whole night. But stay right here, we got election coverage. Speaking of which, John, actual elections.
Exactly. By the way, this poll, I think, is very representative of how the Democratic Party tries to control the terms of the debate. You only had you two in there avoiding potentially embarrassing challenges.
Not only that,
from a progressive, in fact.
What do you think I was doing when I took a break just now? I was calling crypto guys to spend money against Iadarola. They're like, what kind of pie was it, huh?
Oh my God.
And sometimes it's Johnny Pie, sometimes it's Johnny Tie. What kind of a flip-flopper is this guy? Okay, so we
that all rhymed, by the way.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah. Anyway, so you want to get to some results?
Yes.
By the way, so you had mentioned before we came back, we wanted to check in on the Democratic primary for Senate in South Carolina. It's a very close race. Three-way: Catherine Bruce, Crystal Matthews, and Angela Geter. Very close in all three cases. And look, we're going to keep it real with you. I don't know every candidate in every race across the country. So I've admitted that for the first time ever. So I'm like desperately trying to figure out where these different candidates stand. And here is what I've been able to figure out. So Catherine Fleming Bruce says that she is a public corruption investigator. So that's good. Author as well. So that's interesting. She's currently leading. Crystal Matthews, I'm trying to find out more about her. It says woman in STEM. She's a state senator there. And look, I don't know how much you can read into this stuff, but of all the three candidates, she's the one that Bernie Sanders and Nina Turner follow on Twitter and not the others. So maybe that's an indication of politics. I'm trying to look more into her platform and everything. But she's down by only 0.2%, by just a couple of hundred votes, actually. We've still got more than a third of the vote to come in. So who knows? Who knows? And I believe they'll be going up against, yes, Tim Scott.
Yeah. Getter, not just a right-wing platform anymore, but a Democratic candidate. Okay, maybe different Getter, maybe. Okay, but we're trying to find out information about it.
Yes.
Okay, all right, what else you got, John?
So I'm bringing up, we have been following on the Republican side, trying to find out what is gonna happen with Nancy Mace, and the more votes we get, the closer it gets. I mean, look, she's still up by, it's looking like 6-7 points. So it has narrowed. At this point, perhaps it is not narrowing at the rate it would have to for her to lose. So I am starting to suspect that Nancy Mace is going to be able to get past the fact that Donald Trump didn't support her. That is not the case in another race in South Carolina. We were talking during our last segment, Tim Rice is down by a healthy chunk, and he's also an incumbent, for what that's worth, so.
Yeah, well, look, I've said this many times. The one thing I like about Republican voters is they don't give a damn about incumbents. And why is it? Same thing we always say. It's the media. What are they exposed to? Right-wing media says, yeah, tear down the incumbents. Who cares? Just vote for the person who's more conservative, the one that matches your ideology better. And don't worry, we'll beat the Democrats, and they do. Whereas mainstream media and MSNBC tells, generally speaking, older Democratic voters who vote a lot more, and especially in primaries. Now, whatever you do not vote your conscience. Do not vote for a progressive or anyone who agrees with you. Make sure you vote for the more corporate Democrat who is the incumbent. The incumbents are great and they should never be primaried. And then lo and behold, that is what happens the majority of the time. So that's why MSNBC it's not just neutral. Like, oh, okay, we have a channel pretending to be left-wing, but it actually isn't left-wing. No, they attack progressives. They put out propaganda that helps incumbents tremendously. And they do it under the guise of being left-wing. So it's actually an intensely counterproductive channel. And so it is what it is. Okay, John, any more results?
I'm gonna keep watching. I mean, we theoretically, we are now 16 minutes into possibly results coming in from Nevada, and on the Democratic side, that's the vast majority of our focus. But as of right now, although the polls have closed, we do not yet have any results. Normally, you get that nice healthy chunk of at least 10% immediately. We so far haven't been getting that.
Yes. So now look, tonight's a little bit different in terms of the coverage, because normally the polls would close in different states and they roll throughout, and obviously the East Coast closes first and come up to the West Coast. And then we have all these exciting races to report on. Unfortunately, in the first couple of hours, there weren't that many progressives running. Now we finally have a progressive, but we've got about 45 minutes left in the coverage, including half an hour for the members. And in the bonus episode, honestly, you'll probably get more results coming in, but it's just the nature of the beast tonight. In terms of news that I saw while I was out, I'll just bounce this off you guys since we're done with the results for now. We'll have more, of course, as soon as anything comes in Nevada for the race we care most about, Amy Vilela. So a poll out, Beto O'Rourke versus Greg Abbott. Have you guys seen this?
That Abbott had gained ground?
After the Uvalde massacre, Beto's down 19 points.
19?
19?
Okay, now within the poll, there's more surprising results. When asked, should Texas have more restrictive gun laws, less restrictive gun laws, or about the same, 31% said about the same, interesting. 61% said more restrictive, and only 7% said less restrictive. So Texas has, yeah, I know it doesn't, but guys, that's what we're talking about all the time, right? Like the media tells you, sometimes literally, sometimes just de facto, implicit, subconscious, as if elections are a battle of ideas, and the voters are all incredibly well educated on the policies, right? And they've heard all the arguments, and they're okay. Do I go Beto or do I go Abbott? When I look at that policy plank and that policy. No, most folks barely know. And look, I know from my own experience, when I vote in local elections here in LA, there's like a million races, right? And do I know who the best county supervisors are? I have no freaking idea, right? And so I'm keeping it real.
But it's the governor.
No, but John, it's not their job to care about politics, okay? And so
it should be a second job.
Okay, so they don't know Beto's positions, and they don't know how awful Abbott is. And so they can't connect the dots. Well, if you want more restrictive gun laws, you should definitely go for Beto over Abbott.
Well, and to your point about not knowing the policies, what they do know from the last, since Uvalde is that, well, somehow and look, I mean, Greg Abbott had an opportunity to show empathy, to show that his heart was breaking, or whatever it is he said about the children and the students, and he was on nonstop. So he was constantly in front of the TV screens, and his one message was, "We're sorry, we're sad." At one point, I think he said, "Oh yeah, we need to do something," and then he backtracked. And the image that people have of Beto O'Rourke the only thing that broke through for him was when Beto O'Rourke, stormed in this news conference and yelled something, which I was glad he did, but I wonder if politically that somehow suggested, well, Beto O'Rourke is playing politics, or he's talking about policies, and now's not the time. And there's our governor who's showing such great empathy for the children and their family. And I wonder if that's what's reflected here.
Yeah, but I think that's so right, because when we see Greg Abbott doing the fake empathy, we know how much money he's taken from the gun lobby.
Right.
We know that he passed less restrictive gun rights. We know all of it, right? We know all the disgusting things that Abbott has done, and not just because we're left wing or progressive, but things that have hurt all of Texas, no matter what your politics are, according to the polling from Texas, right? On the issues, and this is true everywhere. It is the #1 problem progressives have. If the voters actually knew our positions, not only would Republicans be obliterated, corporate Democrats would be wiped off the face of the earth. Progressives would win every election easily. You think I'm saying it because I'm biased, but no, I'm doing it based on the polling. I told you when Trump was gonna win. I hate Trump, but the numbers are numbers, facts are facts. And I'm telling you right now, the country's 2/3 progressive and has no idea. And that's why I keep harping on the media. They're really patient zero in what is wrong with our politics.
And because we know what people actually want, there is obviously an appetite for that, and it does exist. It's just, like I'm sure you've talked about in the Maine show, we were talking about how much money the Daily Wire has put into advertising anti-trans propaganda, like literally millions of dollars in 1 month. where's that money for the progressive side? Like that's the reason that people don't know this stuff, is there is endless amounts of money. You can put hundreds of millions of dollars into CNN Plus and it can go away and they'll still have money. They'll find more money. There's always gonna be money for that, especially because the donors to CNN Plus and Matt Walsh's anti-trans documentary, there's probably a lot of crossover there because they're accomplishing the same goal, maintaining the status quo. When is there gonna be backing for an actual like a well-funded, on the same level as these media outlets, progressive alternative?
Well, and I wonder,
like we do everything we can, but with 0.1% of the budget.
And I wonder, Cenk, you and I were talking when I came out to LA, the story. I wonder if this is the time to talk about, the National Association of Broadcasters. I mean, CNN has made a fortune, not just from cable subscription, but from how they take the local cable advertisements. The local cable providers get to run political ads on CNN during election seasons, and some of that money goes to the local cable provider. A lot of that money goes back to CNN. It's the same thing with local television stations. They make a fortune with their political ads. And so the biggest advocate, the biggest lobbyist, the most powerful lobbyist against campaign finance reform are the people who own the National Association of Broadcasters, the broadcasters themselves. There are organizations that will not let their reporters do stories about campaign finance reform because their news director or general manager will say, you see all those people in the newsroom? They have jobs because we had a competitive election, last year and we made all this money. So don't be telling me about campaign finance reform, publicly funded elections having limitations. The broadcasters don't want any limitations on money. They make too much.
Yeah, in the last election cycle, there was about $6.6 billion spent at the presidential level. But overall, there was about $14 billion spent in all of those elections. And the great lion's share of that went to television ads. So if you're wondering why television never talks about corruption, it's because they are the #1 benefactor of that corruption. In fact, David, you said you didn't mind telling that story on air. Can you share with us your experience in local news?
Yeah, well, at a time when I was having a conversation with an NBC general manager of a local station, and I was telling him about the lobbying from the National Association of Broadcasters and how I wanted was trying to do some sort of story about the influence and how people think, oh, the media is a fair arbiter, but that the media has a vested interest in allowing as much money to slosh through politics as possible because of the television ads. And he said to me, he says, well, good luck with that. He said, you're welcome to, I suppose, you're at MSNBC. If you want to do that story, that's fine. But I can tell you that at my O&O and at a lot of the owned and operated NBC stations, that story is never going to see the light of air. And that's because we have so many people who are employed because of political ads. And so sure, you want to do something about the corrupting influence of money in politics, have at it, but you're not going to be talking about the broadcaster's angle. And your story that you put together for MSNBC is not going to run on the local stations because there are a lot of people at these local stations who are employed because of the money that we make every other year from campaign advertising. And I went back and said, okay, well, that's fine to point out that people have jobs because of the money that television stations make, but why can't we at least even do a story about how the broadcasters, the network-owned stations and cable have a vested interest in making sure there is no campaign finance reform, have a vested interest in seeing the money get larger and have more money slosh through the system. And he says, well, that's up to you, but it's not something that I would encourage in my newsroom or in my station. And in fact, I heard from colleagues who would occasionally bring stuff up about the amount of money that was being spent in a particular race who were told, nah, that's not really something that we cover.
Yeah, well, that last part is definitely true. It's not something that they cover, and you telling us why they don't cover it with an actual personal experience is an excellent example of that. And what was that person's position again? Their role?
He was the general manager of an NBC station.
Is that like an intern?
And I don't want to, I don't want to say the city. I don't want to because it was a conversation obviously just between the two of us. But this. To me, I mean, he was very open. He was very open and pointed out. He said, "That's fine that you're doing this. Want to do this great journalism, but you tell all these people out here in the newsroom that they shouldn't have jobs because that's what happens if we suddenly have to turn off the spigot of the money that's coming through that we make every from campaign ads. And where does it end? Should we turn off other ads as well? And so we were just at cross purposes. He runs a business. Television is a business. The broadcast stations are a business. And within that business, there may be some journalists who actually care about things like campaign finance reform, but you're at loggerheads.
Right, and all those people do have jobs. They just don't have jobs in news because they've all signed up to do a job where not only do you not tell people what the actual news is, which is that money controls politics. I mean, we talked about it earlier in the show. Just about a decade ago, 97% of the time, the candidate with more money won the elections. It is the #1 factor by an order of magnitude. And that 97% number didn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, liberal, conservative, nothing mattered. The only thing that mattered was who had more money. But yet, in the news business on television, they never report the overwhelming #1 factor. Even today, in the last election cycle, 87% of the candidates that had more money won. Yes, because of progressives and just Democrats, we've lowered that number, but it's still a giant, giant number. And if you're covering that up actively, you're not just, oh, I didn't cover that beat, I missed a story. No, you're part of the cover up for the corruption. You're doing the exact opposite of the news.
Yeah.
All right, John.
No results. But yeah, and I'm sure that there's some people working in those offices that are appalled at America's steady approach towards authoritarianism and everything. Well, look, you're a part of it. Like honestly, you might not want to be, and like it may be a necessary evil for your own career or whatever, but that is the effect that it has.
Well, some of those people, John, in their own newsrooms will freely acknowledge, oh yeah, it's an election year. That's why we're going from 6 hours of news coverage on this particular station to 8 hours, because we have so much money, so many ads we want, and generally, political ads do better and are more effective in newscasts than say in entertainment programming. And that's why you will see stations and their employees acknowledge, oh yeah, we're adding hours this year. We're adding the number of newscasts at our local station because it's an election year. We're gonna have more advertising inventory and we wanna be able to run it across more programs and make more money.
Yeah. And one last part of it, that is, I know because of my involvement in politics and having seen some internal polling, that local news is still the #1 place that people get their news about politics.
Yes.
Now that is a disaster because of the phenomenon we just talked about, but it's true. And so you should know that, and that is why they pour all that corrupt money into local news, and that's why local news never talks about the corruption. Okay, we've got a bonus episode next.
I have an update, and the update is that if you want to know what happens with Amy Villa's race, you should become a member so you can watch the bonus episode.
There you go.
Because we don't know yet.
No, by the way, guys, of course we would tell you if we knew it.
No.
But we're probably gonna get results soon, I hope. And we're gonna do the 2 things that we normally do in the bonus episode, which is what just happened and the blame game. So we'll see how we do that this time around. Hit the join button below, tyt.com/join. We'll see you there. Our audience has given us everything, so we couldn't be more connected. When we first started, people would start giving us directions and say, okay, the mics are too large, move them. Turn them into lav mics. I mean, they were incredible. And then one guy walked in and gave us a really expensive switcher and said, you guys need this, and walked out. Okay, it's amazing. They helped us build a studio. They did a $2 million funding campaign for us.